All right, good evening. Welcome to the Escondido Union High School District Board meeting, our monthly meeting held today on May 13th at 2025. We're starting a little late at 6:06, but we're glad you are all here. So the first thing we're going to do is establish a quorum. So I will go down the line. Christy Knight,
Present.
David Vincent,
Present.
Bill Durney,
Present.
Ryan Williams.
Let's say here.
So I call this meeting to order. And then I'm gonna, let's see, we did the quorum. So now we're gonna do the mission and vision. So we'll start with Alondra Pena.
Mission: empowering every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence in learning.
And Cadence.
Vision: we relentlessly pursue with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you, ladies. Definitely want to add going forward at some point the goals that we want to have for this district over the next 10 years. I look forward to adding students and improving some other things. So we will talk about that at another time. So now we have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Bill Durney.
Everyone, please stand and flag.
All right, so we have Principal Mr. Corey Gregory tonight from San Pasqual High School to give the Inspirational Student Recognition. Principal, nice to see you.
Too. Good evening, esteemed members of the board, our cabinet and honored guests. I am Corey Gregory, the principal of San Pasqual High School. I thank you all for the opportunity to recognize an exceptional student and a remarkable young man this evening from our senior class of 2025. With his quiet courage and unwavering determination, Jacob Whitney has continued to rise, excel, and inspire those around him. It is my honor to introduce San Pasqual High math teacher, Mr. Brent Selstrom, to share a few words about him.
Good evening. Over the course of the school year, I've had the privilege of getting to know Jacob as his calculus teacher, and I've come to admire him tremendously. Life has demanded far more of Jacob than my class or any classroom ever will. He's faced a number of difficult challenges, yet through it all, Jacob has continued to show remarkable resilience with a gift for making people laugh and feel welcomed. His most impactful contributions have come through his work with DECA, Distributive Education Clubs of America, an international organization that prepares students for careers in business. This year marked the launch of San Pasqual's DECA program, and Jacob, having been involved in DECA at his previous school, played an essential role in getting the chapter off the ground. As Vice President of Marketing, Jacob has demonstrated initiative, creativity, and leadership. He manages our DECA social media presence, built the chapter website, and introduced innovative strategies to boost membership, secure sponsorships, and connect with other chapters. Beyond his official DECA responsibilities, Jacob takes it upon himself to mentor underclassmen, teach them DECA tradition, organize study sessions, and foster a strong sense of teamwork. His dedication and passion for the organization are evident to all who work with him. Jacob is a driven, thoughtful, and inspiring student who brings intensity and care to everything he takes on. He is already making a difference, and I have no doubt he will continue to do so wherever life takes him. I'm honored to introduce Jacob as our Inspirational Student of the Month.
Good evening, and thank you to the staff at San Pasqual High School for this nomination. It truly means so much to me and everything I've accomplished. A few months ago, my mother passed away from stage 4 breast cancer. This year, I've focused on academic growth, becoming career ready, and most importantly, making my mother proud. So, I hope you're listening, Mom, because this speech is for you. You told me I have cancer on my 12th birthday. I shut down. I didn't know what it meant for you or for me. As your hair fell out, I remember cutting it and running to my room, hiding behind the tears. You were fading and I felt helpless. But over the next 6 years, your strength helped me find mine. You enrolled me in Camp Kesem, a place for kids whose parents have cancer. It completely changed me. I became a counselor in training and began helping others like me. I spoke at their gala and will soon return for my final year before becoming an official college counselor. Mom, thank you for supporting my passion for arts and sciences. I dedicated my AP art portfolio to your cancer journey and earned the only perfect score in the district of a 5. I explored cancer at the cellular level in science, and I'll never forget your reaction when I told you that your clinical trial used Henrietta Lacks's cells. You also introduced me to business and DECA. I served as the vice president of marketing at San Pasqual, president at Del Lago, and later the founder at Berkeley. I've become an international member, and I've learned to realize the power of combining business with biomedical science. You pushed me to fly solo to Arizona State University for a week of medical training. That inspired me to intern with neurodiverse students and create a video for the season for nonviolence, just like you did every year with your students at Mission Middle School. When I received early acceptance to UC Berkeley's dual degree program in business and biology, we finally had a moment of joy. But days later, you told me that your cancer had spread. I began an independent study so we could spend your final days together, and even planned a surprise at-home graduation just for you, where I received a fake diploma. Mom, though you're not here physically, your spirit lives in me forever. I'm also grateful to my family, friends, and SPHS staff for standing by me through thick and thin. From that scared middle schooler to who I am today, I've grown, and I promise to carry your legacy into the world of medicine and public health. Thank you for this award. I love you, Mom.
All right, well, we'll call you up in 1 second. I am going to give you this Inspirational Student Award to Jacob as Whitney. Is that pronounced correctly? Okay, great. So you've worked hard, son, and I feel like, just very proud of you. I know we are all proud of you, and we're going to call up whoever you'd like to bring up now. Seeing students like that in our district should inspire all students. And so it's an honor to have people like that. And I know the board is dedicated to improving curriculum and classes for all students here. So it's a very great time to be a part of Escondido Union High School District. With that said, we would normally move on to C5, report of action taken in closed session, but we did not get to it. So we're going to move to closed session after this, and then we'll report back out after that. So if you want to stay up till 11:30 and come back. Item number C6, approval of board meeting minutes of April 8th. Can I get a motion for that, please?
So moved.
And
Second?
second, thank you. And we can vote without Mr. Durney, he'll be back in a little while. Student board members, how do you vote?
Aye.
Great. And elected board members, all in favor, say aye.
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 Great. That board meeting minutes approval passes. And then approval of workshop minutes. We had a workshop on the status of the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, about a week ago. And so we need to approve those minutes as well. Can I get a motion on that?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. And student board members, if you're in favor, you can say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Elected board members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That passes. So then, as we come to item number C8, are there any agenda items, additions, deletions, or corrections?
Yes, there is, President Weller. We have a correction to item G2, the certificated personnel report. An employee on that report was listed as resigning when in fact he is retiring, and that's a distinction we need to correct. You have that correction, the amendment at each of your seats.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right. So then if we move down to section D, recognition and
Need
present.
to
With
Oh,
the-
we need to vote.
approve the
the-
agenda with the
Oh,
correction.
Okay,
With
so
that amendment, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment to item G2, noting the retirement of Sir Doug Paulson. And thank you for that clarification that it's a retirement after many years of service.
thank you, Christy. All right. So then can I get a motion?
Second.
Oh, we got that already? Okay, thank you. So student board members, if you're in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And elected board members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. That passes. So now we can move down to recognition and presentations. So student and
We have item C9, consent.
Oh,
calendar.
got it. Thank you, guys. So on C9 approval consent calendar, there is one item that I did want to pull from consent, and it's in section C9, item F1, and I wanted to discuss the TLC trip. The trip is not till October, so we have some time on that. So I would like to make an amendment to the consent calendar, pulling item number F1 out of that for its own individual look. Can I get a motion on that, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with item F1 removed. That leaves items G1, G2, H1 through H9, all on consent.
I'll second.
Thank you for your experience on that, Trustee Knight. All right, with that, so we have a first and a second. So student board members, if you're in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Elected board members, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, that carries. Right, now we can move down to recognition and presentations. Student and staff recognition by Superintendent John Peterson.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This year, I'm pleased to report that the Escondido Union High School District has not only one, not two, but three students selected to receive the prestigious Gates Scholarship. This is a highly selective scholarship that covers all expenses not already covered by financial aid. With only 300 Gates Scholars selected nationwide each year, having three recipients in the same district is a rare and remarkable achievement. Congratulations to Del Lago Academy's 12th grade student Daniel Laguna, to Escondido High School's Ricardo Gonzalez, and to Orange Glen High School and Middle College student Pamela Arroyo Munoz. Thank you. Congratulations to the Rising Star Scholarship recipients. The following students will be formally recognized this month by the Escondido Chamber of Commerce Charitable Foundation. Melanie Flores Yanes, Xander Bennett, Lindsay Kelly, Angel Rivera, and Elizabeth Tucker, all from Escondido High School. Leslie Bajena, Diana Pham, and Yaritza Leva from Orange Glen High School. Alondra Sanchez Feria, Juan Garcia, Paula Sanchez, and Cadence Forby, and tonight's inspirational student, Jacob Whitney, all from San Pasqual High School. And to Cynthia Pacheco, Jocelyn Linares Aguilar, Esteban Jose Lorenzo, Shaylin Conde Lopez, and Saul Solosano from Valley High School, all Rising Star Scholarship recipients. Moving on to Escondido High School, junior Hadley Dahl has been selected for the 2026 National Merit Scholarship Program recognition. The National Merit Scholarship Program identifies and honors academically talented high school students who excel on the PSAT. At Orange Glen High School, congratulations to the following students for placing at the National High School Journalism Competition in Seattle, Washington. Liz Gudino won first place in news photography, Amy Ledesma Gonzalez won first place in feature photography, and Isabel Garcia won second place in photo story. Justin Sanchez was selected as the $25,000 Horatio Alger Scholarship recipient. The scholarship is given to promising students who demonstrate integrity and perseverance in overcoming adversity and are determined to succeed. Culinary arts students recently participated in the California State Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America competition. Congratulations to Leslie Carrillo, Jennifer Ortiz, Miguel Loa, Lillian Krapsison, Annette Resendiz, and Alejandro Ortiz for being selected for 4-year renewable scholarships. Way to go. And finally, I'll wrap up from San Pasqual High School. The Super Nerds competed in the 2025 First Robotics Competition World Championship and were selected as a first pick going into the playoffs. They had a great season and ended up ranking 121 out of 3,690 teams worldwide. Great job, Super Nerds. We look forward to next season. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. I also appreciate that you said renewable scholarships. I think it could be terrifying to get a first-year scholarship, be off at school and not know that you're going to get it next year. So that I'm glad you brought that up. So now we're going to move on to D2, which is student board member reports by Alondra Pena and Cadence Forby. And Alondra, if you go first, please.
Good evening, board members and everyone who came here to join us today. Today I will be updating you on a few sites throughout Escondido. Starting with the Lago Academy, the Lago Academy held their prom on May 3rd at the Birch Aquarium at La Jolla from 6 to 10 p.m. At prom, there were activities throughout the venue such as like Jenga and like dancing and DJ. On Thursday, May 8th, DLA hosted an event called the Spring Exhibition from 6 to 8 where parents and students come together and get introduced to clubs at school. On Friday, May 16, the Lago 11th graders are sharing their expression projects, which is a project inspired by a book they read. My project last year was about the Count of Monte Cristo. I made a scrapbook just to give you an idea, and something I did was a character analysis on each page. The week of May 19th, there will be a pep rally spirit week, and on Wednesday the 21st is the end of the school year pep rally. Some spirit days will be college wear, and that Friday will be the last food fair of the year. On the 27th of May, there will be a DARE fundraiser where the ASB cabinets and a few teachers are being dared to do something like dump an ice bucket on themselves. Students are going to be paying to see the teachers and cabinets do the dares. On the last day of school on June 4th, there will be a fundraiser at Teaspoons. And Singer Grad Night will be on June 6th at Six Flags. And congratulations to singer Daniel Laguna for receiving the Gates Scholarship, aka my best friend. Moving on to Escondido High School. Escondido High School enjoyed their pep rally spirit week from Tuesday, April 22nd to Friday, April 25th. Escondido High School held their prom on April 26th at the San Diego Bay. They had a soft drink bar, a full buffet dinner, and a dessert bar. Escondido High School held its on-air celebration during lunch on April 30th. The On a Roll recognition is a celebration for students who are doing a great job in any area such as academics, attendance, social interaction, citizens, behavior, etc. Congratulations to Ms. Kristen Anderson, math teacher, for being recognized as April Certified Staff of the Month. Congratulations to Milene Nunez, finance clerk, for being recognized as April's Classified Staff of the Month. And on May 1st, Escondido High School held its Senior College and Career Signing Day, a celebration for high school seniors as they prepare for the next phase of their lives. Their grad night of class of 2025 will be held on June 6th at California Adventure Park. And before I finish, Escondido Adult School will have their graduation ceremony at the California Center for the Arts, Escondido, on May 22nd at 7 p.m. And this is the end of my report, and thank you everyone for this opportunity.
Thank you, Alondra, for your last board report. And we now go to Cadence Forby's last board report as well.
Good evening, board members, faculty, staff, and community members. I'm honored to share my last board report, updates on high schools, and as we reach the final stretch of the school year, our campuses are buzzing with celebrations, achievements, and moments of reflection. So let's begin with San Pasqual. Once again, the Super Nerds robotics team represented San Pasqual at the World Championships in Houston, Texas from April 16th to 19th. Congratulations to Caden Rayfield, Sam Griffin, Tanner Knight, and Theo Nosti for advancing to the semifinals of the Valley League Individual Tennis Tournament. At the CSUSM NASA Academy Capstone event on April 25th, Diego Cifuentes and Joshua Phillips earned Ambassador Choice Awards for their outstanding presentations. On May 2nd, we had Senior Commitment Day, where all of the seniors came out in front of the dance lawn and showed off their merch, college merch, take pictures with their friends, and really see the final stretch of senior year. And we held our prom May 3rd at Park Event Center. The theme was Lost in Rio. Some upcoming events is this Friday, Senior Awards Night, where we'll be honoring outstanding achievements. I personally get to make a speech there. June 2nd is our senior breakfast checkout, including the distribution of caps, gowns, and graduation tickets. Now let's move on to Orange Glen. OGHS would like to recognize their incredible counseling team for organizing this year's Bright Future Fest, held on May 1st. The event transformed the campus into a celebratory festival as seniors proudly announced their post-graduation plans in college, career, and military. May 21st, they will be holding their last pep rally to celebrate the end of the year and senior milestones. The 22nd will be their ASB banquet, and May 31st will be their prom. Finally, let's turn to Valley High School, where on May 1st, they had one of their last flag football games. On the 9th, they had their last movie night, 13th, family workshop. 15th, their VHS Awards Night, honoring students' accomplishments in academics, leadership, and service. May 29th, their senior cap and gown distribution, along with a school site council meeting, and May 30th, senior breakfast and senior sunset. As the school year comes to a close, it's inspiring to see how much of our schools is celebrating our students' success in preparing to honor the class of 2025. From college commitments and awards nights to proms and senior send-offs, our seniors are wrapping up their high school experience with pride and excitement. Thank you, and that's the end of my report.
Well, I get the honors, so if you ladies would join me up front here, please.
Right. Looking right at.
All right, this comes to a very important time because our student board members have been fantastic. And I'm going to read what the plaque says for each of them. So it's presented to student board member Alondra Pena and Cadence Forby for outstanding leadership and dedication to the Escondido Union High School District for the 2024-2025 school year. So I just want to give them a big round of applause while they're standing right here. So I'm going to say a few words and then I'm going to let people on the board here as well say a few words. So Alondra, I want to say that for somebody who is very soft-spoken at the very beginning and very timid, you have come so far. Oftentimes in my career, I have always won the most improved player, never the most valuable player, but I always strove to work very hard. And we've noticed how hard you've worked on the board. I get all choked up, sorry, to improve your presentation. And I know you'll carry that onto your college years. So thank you so much. And then Cadence, what can I say? Are you going to be a litigation attorney? Because if I ever end up in jail, I'm calling you as my attorney. Have you decided where you're going to school yet?
I'm going to UCSD for chemical engineering.
Woohoo! Staying local. Congratulations.
San Diego State for political science.
Right, very good. So if we don't mind turning the back on the camera here, would you guys, we'll go down the line here and Christy, and then everybody can say a few words.
Well, I'm pretty proud of you too, because I have that exact same plaque from approximately 30 years ago. So I know how important this role is to the board. And thank you both for just being stellar examples in our district of leadership and what our students are achieving in this district. You are incredible examples of that. You have a heart for your fellow students. And I'm excited to see what you guys do in the future. So congratulations on your choice, your selections for college. And I'm just really, really excited for your future. Good luck to you both.
You guys done a wonderful job on doing your updates. I've enjoyed those a lot, and I think you did a good job of presenting those and giving us updates on what's going on around the school and that. You guys got brilliant careers ahead of you. Chemical engineer, what can I say? Thumbs up on that. And political science, great for you. I'm hoping that you excel in whatever you do in the future and that. And both of you guys, you got a bright future ahead of you, and this is a good start. I remember the reason why I selected you was because you hit me on the math, how you tutored for math, and that really hit home. I was very impressed with that. So keep up your tutoring and good job, guys. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. You both have been wonderful, and it's been fantastic hearing your reports every month. And I look forward to hearing about you guys in the future. Good luck.
And then finally on my side, I've enjoyed having you two on our board, mostly not because of the great reports, but because you speak up. It's very easy for the student board members to sit on the edge and just kind of sit there and do some homework and be there. But that's not what the two of you did. The two of you would stand up, you'd speak out, you'd ask questions, you'd share what your thoughts were, and those thoughts and opinions are important to us, and they help kind of shape not only what we hear and what we think in a sense, but it really does shape the rest of the district. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your service, and best of luck.
I will second that, Ryan. And Superintendent, did you have any words?
And so I appreciate your hard work and your steadfast commitment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I think we're going to have the whole board come up for pictures, or how do you want to do this? Okay. I think they should all come up. And also, if our meeting doesn't run too long, when we go back to closed session, we do have a surprise back there for you too. And it's not cake, but we do have a surprise. So if you can make it to the closed session afterward, great. Otherwise, we'll make sure you get it. All right. We get the very exciting item number D4 now, the Project Next presentation, and we're very excited about this. So welcome.
We'd like to welcome Executive Director Lisa Stout from Project Next to share with the board a little bit about what Project Next did for our school district in the first year of partnership.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Peterson, Dr. Good, Dr. Casas, Ms. Phillips, and student representatives. My name is Lisa Stout. I'm Executive Director of Project Next. Thank you for the opportunity to share the progress we've made this school year through our partnership with Escondido High School. And on behalf of Project Next, I want to extend our deepest thanks to all of you for your vision and commitment to expanding real-world opportunities for your students. Your support makes our work possible. At Project Next, for those of you who don't know about us, our mission is simple, to empower students to take ownership of their future by equipping them with the clarity, confidence, and connections to pursue their next best steps. And before I go further, I'd like to acknowledge one of our board members, Sharon Jenkins, who's here tonight with us, and our Project Next team members in the audience. So thank you guys for being here. And I want to give a shout out to, although I don't know if he's here, Principal Jacobs and Mr. Rios, and really the whole Escondido High School team for being such incredible partners with us this year. So why Project Next? Students are constantly asked, what's next? Whether that's college, military, skilled trades, or the workforce. But too often, they don't have the tools or support to meaningfully explore that question. And that's where Project Next comes in. We're here to add value to the incredible work already being done by the counseling team and the school staff, not to replace it. Our role is to walk alongside them, offering complementary services that deepen career exploration and workforce readiness. Through our future centers and professional network, we create additional spaces for students to gain exposure to diverse pathways, build professional connections, and develop skills that extend far beyond graduation. And thanks to our partnership with Escondido Union High School District and Escondido High School, these opportunities are now a meaningful part of your students' educational journey, and we're proud to be working in collaboration with such a dedicated team of educators. And since launching this year at Escondido High School, we've made incredible strides, and we're going to give a few highlights this evening. Of course, the first one being the Future Center grand opening that most of you were there to celebrate with us 2 weeks ago. What made this space especially powerful, as I mentioned that day, was that students were directly involved with the design, working with a Qualcomm architect and a design expert from Cultura to create a welcoming space that inspires exploration and workforce readiness. We also received a grant from one of our partners, ASML, for $27,000 to purchase additional technology for the space. So a true example of how public-private partnerships can shape the future. Now, how the Future Centers work are through drop-in services. So our drop-in services are the heartbeat of the space, open to all students every day. So whether a student needs help with their resume, wants to explore career options, or just has questions about what's next, they can walk in and get personalized one-on-one support. And just in the first week of the Future Center space being opened, we had over 124 students come in for support in the first week. So super excited about that. And we also run targeted programs designed to meet students where they are. Our ambassador program empowers student leaders to promote career readiness on their campus with their peers. Our Accelerate program provides exposure to high demand industries in the skilled trades and direct to workforce opportunities and in careers that do not require a college degree, but offer living wages, benefits, and room for growth. And then our Focus Futures program offers intensive personalized support to students who face the greatest barriers to college access and success. And all of our programs are designed to help students know themselves, their options, and then make a well-informed choice for their next step. Next, I would like to introduce Jenny Orlando. She's our programs coordinator, and she's going to talk a little bit more about our events and workshops.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jenny Orlando. While Lisa highlighted our cohort programming, I would like to share some opportunities that all Escondido High School students have access to through Project Next. Project Next empowers students with clarity, confidence, and connections through a wide range of experiences. One way we do that is through our adulting workshops, 4 to 6 short interactive sessions each year, led by our career coach. These cover essential real-life skills like building your personal brand, making a strong first impression, or even how to confidently make a professional phone call. It's like a modern version of AP Life, as my kids used to call it. Students are also invited to attend our Money Matters presentations, financial literacy workshops led by our banking partners or our career coach, covering topics like budgeting, credit, and student loans. These sessions give students confidence around financial decisions that they will be making after high school. We also host 4 to 6 career chats each year. These events allow students to connect with professionals from construction experts to university athletic directors to video game developers to ask real questions about real careers. Career expeditions, or as we call them, Nextpeditions, take students off campus and into the real world. This year, Escondido High School students have explored SDG&E, ResMed, Cultura, and even had a behind-the-scenes experience at the new Terminal 1 at the San Diego airport. Whether students leave inspired to pursue a new interest or realize that a job isn't for them, each visit builds clarity around their preferences and expands their career network. Project Next hosts a variety of events throughout the year as well that are open to all students and are designed to build clarity, confidence, and real-world connections. Our signature event, the Connect to Careers Breakfast, which is happening next week, brings 150 students face-to-face with 150 professionals from a wide range of industries. Students hear directly from industry leaders about their career paths, the skills they use every day, and how they got to where they are. For many students, this is their first opportunity to ask questions and engage one-on-one with people working in fields they're interested in or hadn't considered yet. It's a powerful moment of clarity and inspiration. Our next working events help students build confidence through hands-on networking practice with professionals in a supportive setting. They learn how to introduce themselves, ask meaningful questions, and have a professional conversation, all while receiving real-time feedback. These events don't just teach skills, they help students see themselves as professionals who belong in the room. Interview Skills Day is another cornerstone of our programming. Taking place at all 5 of our partner high schools, this event brings together local professionals who provide interview tips and offer personal insights. Students walk away more confident in their ability to present themselves and they are prepared to shine in future job, internship, or even scholarship interviews. Finally, our college and vocational school trips help students visualize their future by putting them on campus, whether it's a university, community college, or trade school. These visits break down barriers and misconceptions, giving students a clearer picture of what's possible and the confidence to pursue it. One of our most impactful examples of connection building is our partnership with the USD Burnham Moore Center for Real Estate through the READY program, Real Estate Awareness Diversity Initiative. This 6-week experience introduces underrepresented students to the commercial real estate industry in a deeply personal and hands-on way. Our inaugural READY cohort at Escondido High School included 12 standout sophomores and juniors who met in small groups with professionals from across the industry. These professionals from Capstone Advisors, Cruzon, and Verdani Partners stayed after work to share their career journeys, their challenges, and advice. Students asked questions, explored career possibilities, and had real conversations that sparked both clarity and confidence. Each session ended with dinner at the desk, an opportunity for students and professionals to eat together, connect authentically, and continue the conversation in a relaxed environment. It's this kind of interaction that helps students not only explore new industries, but also see themselves in these spaces. Now, I'd like to introduce 2 of our READY students, Yamilet Chavez and Brianna Dominguez, to share their experience and what Project Next has meant to them.
Hello, my name is Yamilet Chavez, and I am a sophomore at Escondido High School. I heard about the Project Next program from a friend at school who was already actively participating in the Project Next event. Thanks to her, I joined the Ready program, and I have participated in other activities like the career chats in the Future Center and the career expeditions to companies like Cultura. Through the Ready program, I had the chance to meet professionals from a variety of industries, people who shared not only what their jobs looked like, but also how they got there. During their journeys helped me imagine what my own path could look like. The most meaningful moment was when we were speaking to the CEO of a sustainable consulting firm. Her story resonated with me because she shared why she decided to found her own company. She talked about being underestimated as a woman and as a mother, and how she pushed past those stereotypes to build a company that aligns with her values. The conversation reminded me of the importance of being true to yourself, especially when others doubt you, as it is essential for your success. Because of Project Next, I now have a better understanding of careers that are out there, and I feel more confident in the goals that I'm setting for my future, and I'm exploring what's possible and not just what I thought was expected.
Hello, my name is Brianna Dominguez, and I am a 10th grader at Escondido High School. I first learned about Project Next through Mr. Alejandro, our school's career coach. He introduced me to many opportunities that Project Next offers and encouraged me to get involved, starting with the Ready program. One of the most memorable parts of the Ready program was attending the industry dinners. These events gave me a chance to connect with other students on campus, and to have real conversations with professionals working in the real estate industry. It was eye-opening. Before Project Next, I hadn't considered a career in real estate, but now it's something I'm seriously considering for my future. Project Next has made a real impact on my high school experience. It has opened doors I didn't even know existed and given me confidence in exploring my interests and career options. I hope adults understand how much this program matters to students like me. Without it, many of these opportunities would be out of reach. Thank you for helping Project Next grow and continue to serve students at Escondido High School.
And again, we want to thank you for supporting programs that help students like us succeed.
Thank you, ladies. So looking ahead, we're excited to build on this momentum, and in the coming months, we plan to continue building the Future Center as a vibrant hub for career exploration on campus, expand our programming with more guest speakers, workplace visits, and industry-aligned workshops, increase student leadership and input to ensure our work is shaped by student voice. And ultimately, our goal is to make Project Next a long-term embedded resource at Escondido High School so that every student can confidently and clearly answer the question, what's next? So in closing, I'd like to acknowledge that no one succeeds alone. Opportunities don't just appear. They're created through intentional partnerships like ours. Together, we're building a culture of possibility where students don't just imagine the future, they actively prepare for it. And because of your support, students are connecting with professionals, discovering real-world career paths, and gaining confidence to pursue life after high school with purpose. So thank you again for your time, your support, and your partnership. We deeply value the collaboration and look forward to working together and growing together. Thank you so much on behalf of Project Next. Really appreciate you.
I also want to give a big shout out to Superintendent Peterson for lobbying extremely hard to bring Project Next to the district. We are in competition against several other districts and we won it. And so I look forward to seeing the development both at Escondido High School and throughout the district. It's going to be excellent for our district. So thank you, Superintendent. That brings us to recognition and presentations. Item number 5, Classical Academy presentation. And we have both the CEO, Curtis Indorf, and the principal, Dana Moen, here. And I see them both at the podium. So welcome up from Texas. What do you say down there? Welcome, y'all.
Well, good evening, y'all. My name is Curtis Indorf. I want to thank Board President Weller, Superintendent Peterson, all members of the board, the Escondido Union High School leadership team. We're very honored to be here, and just a huge shout out to all the students that were recognized and honored this evening. Gates Scholars, our student board members here, just exceptional showing of talent and excellence across the entire organization. So thank you. It's an honor to be here. I started in July and moved here. I was leading a large 23 school, 12,000 student charter school network across Texas. Very honored to be the CEO of the Classical Academies, and I'm here truly in support of our principal, Dana Moen, as he leads our presentation. So it's nice to meet you. I hope to engage more later. We're grateful for our partnership. Thank you for everything you do for our kids.
Thank you guys for having us tonight. As you guys know, I am the proud principal of Classical Academy High School, but just as proud of a graduate of Escondido High School class in 1989. As I say every year during this presentation, high school changed my life, just turned me into a completely different person. And I know that we're all working extremely hard to just prepare our next generation to just be amazing leaders. So thank you to the high school district for preparing me. My next slide, I thought I had two speakers today. Each of these speakers thought they were going to be here. One couldn't get out of his college class. The other couldn't get out of her job tonight. So I'd just like to read a quote that they gave me. This is brother and sister. They represent two of our programs. Allison goes to our 4-day program. She'll be attending the University of Oklahoma. And she says, I'm going to read two quotes from her. What was different about Classical that I hadn't experienced at other schools was the strong culture towards education. She also said the school's dedication to its culture and personal approach to teaching has allowed me to achieve more than I could have imagined. And then James, he's not sure where he's going to attend next year. He got a full ride to Mississippi State, but he's also looking at UCSD or MIT where he was accepted. He hasn't decided yet. He said, since middle school, Classical Academy has taught me to succeed in the efforts I pursue, which has allowed me to be admitted to a great public university, UCSD, as well as a great private university, MIT. I'm going to read one other quote from him too. Classical's platform allowed me to get far ahead enough to the point where I chose to start taking classes at Palomar to satiate my love for learning and especially my love for math. So just two of our amazing seniors that I wanted to feature tonight. The next thing I just wanted to share was the Cayman Way. This has been developed over time. Often some of our core values at Classical, oddly enough, have come from some of our extracurricular programs. And these 4 values of fun, fitness, friendships, and future actually came out of our athletic department. And actually a lot of it came from what I learned as an athlete in high school. What I found out this year, as it's been amazing working for Curtis and all that I've learned, but I learned a lot about human flourishing this year and some of the research out of Harvard University and how these 4 values tie directly into finding happiness and satisfaction, mental and physical health, meaningful and lasting relationships. And as we prepare students for the future, they're looking to build meaning and purpose in their lives and become a person of character and virtue. So these are our 4 values over this past year that we're really going after, and we call it the Cayman Way. Our goal is that every student lives life to the full in high school, because we know as they live it to full, this what I like to call the 2% of high school is going to impact the rest of their life. So I did a little survey about 3 weeks ago. One of the things I asked the students was, have you experienced or have you grown in these 4 values that we've been talking about this year? So we asked them about the fun, the fitness, the friendships, and the future. And we found that most of our students have either experienced these values or they're growing in these values. In the future, we're going to continue to pour into these values, giving them opportunities to experience fun, fitness, friendships. And you can see future was only 70.9 indicated that they've grown in the concepts of finding purpose or becoming a person of character. So that's the one that we're really going to go after in the coming years. So Curtis told you he started in July, and I had 2 weeks off in July, and I came back, and the first question Curtis had for myself and the other principals was, hey, what are your 3 wins going to be this year? So at Classical High, and talking to our leadership team, we decided at Classical High, our wins would be that every single student knows that they're loved and they belong. Also that 100% of students would be involved in activities outside of the classroom, clubs, teams, performing arts, community service. And then the third one was, and this one is a little bit new for us. We've always had a policy of no cell phones during class, but getting that to be consistent across the board has been challenging. So that was our third win for this year. We know that when students feel that they belong and they're connected, they thrive both inside and outside of the classroom. We just did a survey on the cell phone, so I don't have that data yet. But the win number 1 and number 2, I do have a little data on. So out of all the students that responded to the survey, it went out to everybody. Most of them finished it. About 92% indicated that they feel that they're loved and they belong at Classical Academy High School. And we all know that that's just not good enough. So we're still going after that 8%, because we want every single student to know, regardless of what background they come from, whether they're in AP classes or not in AP classes, whether they struggle in school or they love school like I did, that they belong at Classical Academy High School. One thing that I do is I do a weekly principal video to the students, and at the very end of the video, I end with "You are loved and you belong." Then I try to give them evidence of that, but it's been really cool to kind of just see that trickle down and see the students saying it to each other, and seeing the teachers say it to each other and the teachers say it to the students. The other bit of evidence that we have on the student involvement, as we've really gone after this year, and going back to how I started, like high school changed my life. It was getting involved. Class is awesome. I learned a lot in class. I loved school, but it was outside of the classroom that really changed my life. So I have 2 years of data on this. We asked our students, how many of you joined a performance team, an athletic team, a club, or another student organization such as like leadership or ASB, robotics? You attended a school-wide event, or you joined any team or activity this year. And so in our performance teams, we went up from 22% to 26% indicated they joined a performance team. On the athletic teams, we went from 45 to 50% said they joined an athletic team this year. On the clubs or student organizations, we went from 61% to 68%. And we had 89% of our students said that they were connected or involved some way in high school this year outside of the classroom. And so we're still after that elusive 100%, but that's what we're going after this year. And I just had a picture of one of our cross country athletes. That team qualified for state this year. They worked really, really hard. Let me go back one. There might be some other data that pops up too, but I was just thinking about, even in the loved and belong, 92% of our students said they feel loved and they belong. Well, 89% of them got connected outside of the classroom. And I know that's where a lot of the connection and the belonging happens. I included most of our dashboard here. I went for all the academic indicators on the dashboard. The one that I didn't put on there is the suspension rate. I'll start there because that wasn't as good. Our suspension rate was our only category that was in yellow. It slightly increased last year, so our color dropped from green to yellow. We had 1.2% that were suspended at least one day, and that was a slight increase from the year before. We believe that, especially going after the eliminating cell phones during class, that's changing behavior on campus. Like that thing that we went after alone is starting to change the culture on campus. Less kids are out of the classroom. Less kids are in the restroom during class. And so I firmly believe that we're going to get that suspension rate back in the green or the blue. With our ELA and math, I'll share some data on the next slide, but we moved from green to blue on our CASP data for ELA and math. We didn't have a color for science. That wasn't one that they gave us a color on this year, but I can give you that data as well. Our graduation rate stayed in the blue, and our college and career indicator stayed in the green.
Can we ask you a quick question on this?
Yes, Bob.
Oh, I appreciate you putting numbers in there, because the dashboard, when there's no numbers, I'm like, okay, this is like a speedometer without numbers. So can you explain what like 75.4 points above standard mean? And then also the increased that you got.
That's a great question. And to be honest, I don't know what that means.
Well, just to let you know, there's 33 million Californians and 32,990,000 don't either.
Wow. I know on my next slide that I know how many of our students met or exceeded the standard, and I know that that increased for both ELA and math. I don't know how the state gets it's hard for me to read I did have to do one extra click to get you that data on there, because you're right, it doesn't usually show. But I don't totally understand the formula on how they come up with the blue or the green or the yellow. I do know that if you go down, it hurts your color, and if you go up, it helps your color. And we went up. So I don't have an answer for you on that one, but I can try to get more information for you on that.
If you can find it and provide it, please let us know, because I don't know either.
Definitely. I'm gonna ask Mr. Casas if he'll help me get that info. But yes, we'll get that for you, Bob.
It's explained in the California dashboard website, and it's relative to the amount of demographic groups that move from color to color that either maintained or increased or decreased. So you get a certain amount of points given where you were relative to last year of how many groups maintained, increased by a little, increased by a lot, or decreased. So we can send you that link. Yep.
And the part that I do know is that it comes from the CASP data. So I did want to provide that for you. We've gone back to 2019. We've trended up since 2019. Last year, I had to report that we had been going down in math, and I'm just really happy to announce that last year we turned that around. We went from 46 to 52% met or exceeded the standard in math. In science, we went from 44 to 53%. And in ELA, we had been slipping for a year or two. I think we had been slipping in ELA, and we got that back up to 80%. You'd have to go back to before 2019 for us to have hit 80% in the ELA or math. The thing that I could say about that is the Classical Academies as an organization, we have 4 charters and 7 sites. We've really worked really hard at becoming a professional learning community across our district. So we have 3 different high school campuses across the academies. The teachers are working really hard to identify what are the essential standards that students should know, and then how are we going to guarantee that they learn those, that they master those essential standards before they move on to the next class. And I really think that that work is beginning to pay off through common formative assessments and a lot of times reteaching those essential standards. Advanced placement. I wish the dashboard included this. I don't think the dashboard does not include advanced placement that I know of, except maybe in the college and career indicator. That's where it does, in the college and career indicator. So it does help us there. But our AP numbers continue to go up. This year we added AP chemistry and AP environmental science. Next year we're adding AP art history. One thing that I'm really proud of, not only do we have more students taking AP classes and more students taking AP tests, over the last couple years, we've had 40% of our senior class has passed at least one AP exam. And I'm really proud of that number, and we're continuing to encourage more students to at least try an AP class while they're in high school. I know that out of my 3 kids, only 1 tried that AP class, and that really, really helped her be a lot more prepared for her college classes. Student demographics. I like to provide some of the demographic information so you can kind of see where students are coming from. The diversity of our campus continues to grow over time. That we did have we had a small dip in our students who identify as students of color. That actually the dip came in our Hispanic population. And I'm trying to figure out, it seemed that there wasn't a lot of holding power. They came in 9th grade and they didn't all stay for their 10th or their 11th or their 12th grade year. So we're definitely working to turn that around. Over time, the diversity of our campus continues to grow. Our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged or who qualify for free or reduced lunch, that is up to 22%. Our special ed population, a program that I'm very, very proud of. I'm going to highlight it in the next slide. One of the programs in the next slide, that's up to 13% of our population at Classical Academy. And these students do all of our programs. They do the virtual program. They do the 4 days on campus program. So that they don't just identify with one program or another. These are out of all of our programs. Last year, I mentioned that we have 31 cities represented at Classical High. This year, it grew to 33 different cities. Students have to live in San Diego County or an adjacent county. Our percentage from Escondido went from 43 to 44%. However, I will say that one reason that Escondido percentage is high is we continue to have families buy houses in Escondido. So the vast majority of our students that join Classical have come up through the K through 8 program. And every single year we have families that want, for high school with all the activities, they want to live closer to the high school. So more and more families continue to move towards Escondido to be part of Classical Academy High School. The other cities that have a high percentage is San Marcos, Vista, and Valley Center. Our Valley Center population and even our Poway population continues to grow. That extra 25%, a lot of those are coming from San Diego or the Poway school district. I wanted to highlight, I'm going to go one more and then I'll go back to that slide. This is one of our various special education programs that's really that's very new to Classical Academy High School. This is our Pathfinders program that works with students that have extensive needs. This year we had 5 students in the program, and we found they have a fairly small room, but this going into next year we've expanded it. We doubled the size of the room. We're expecting to have 9 students in the program. In this program, students work for a half a day to 3/4 of a day, learning core content with their SAI teacher and their instructional aides. And then the rest of the day, they take elective classes with their peers. Out of the 5, in this picture right here, there's 5 students and there's 4 adults. So the ratio is pretty good, adult to student in that classroom. And many of these students, one of their electives was dance this year. So 2 weekends ago, we had our annual dance concert, and it was just such a beautiful event to watch these students dancing together, doing routines together with their peers in their dance class. So this is a program we're very, very proud of, and it just continues to grow at Classical. And then going back, I wanted to also highlight some of our vals and valedictorians and salutatorians. The main thing I wanted to say about our valedictorians and salutatorians, we kind of do it by program, our 4-day students versus the personalized learning students. I mentioned James a little bit earlier. That he's not sure on the Mississippi State. He's not sure on that, so he's still deciding. But Diego is going to be heading to Pomona College, following in the steps of his dad. James is still deciding. Parker and Cole also has switched to UCLA, so that part is no longer accurate. Parker and Cole are both going to UCLA now. The thing that I wanted to highlight in this slide, the way we choose our valedictorian and salutatorian is how many rigorous courses did you take in high school? And so we take about the top 10 students from each program, and then we just count up how many AP classes and how many college classes they took in high school. And I just thought it was fascinating with these 4 young men here that together they took 83 AP or college classes while they were in high school. So just super, super proud of them. I read the statement from James saying, like, because of the personalized learning approach, I realized I could take more community college classes while in high school. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, it's really, really fun to be able to host Dr. Casas and Mr. Peterson every year. This year on May 1st, they toured our personalized learning campus. And I thought it was just really neat to be able to talk to students. We would just find students in the hallway and in classrooms and ask them what they were learning. And one thing that I was fascinated with, I know this, but it's just cool to hear them say it, especially with you guys there, is through the project-based model we use at the personalized learning campus, the things that the students remember from their projects. About a week later, I was able to go back to the classroom where they were creating the board games on the Cold War unit, and we were picking their brains on what they were learning. But to be able to go back and then play those board games with the students, and just again for the students to say, I think it was 24 different Cold War concepts that they had to tie into their project, and it was just really fun to tour with you guys and to hear what the students were learning through this project-based model. So guys, last thing is, man, we are just honored to be a part of what you guys are doing. One of the 7 just really incredible public schools in our city, serving all students in our city. Thank you guys so much for supporting school choice and for supporting Classical Academy High School. Thank you very much.
Dana, before you disappear, are there any questions from the board?
I just want to acknowledge the 2 students at the beginning slide.
Yeah,
No, they
came last time. It's okay.
So please thank Allison and James for their attendance at our meeting last month, and thank you for keeping us informed as to everything going on, and lucky to have such an incredible educational community in Escondido. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy, and thank you guys for having us. We really appreciate it.
So, question, with the advent of AB 84, Assembly Bill 84 coming out of the, I guess, the committee, Curtis, do you have any update on that? And for those people that don't know, it significantly cuts charter school funding for charter schools based on parameters.
So AB 84 is a bill that's moving through the legislature right now. It has a number of different components to cut. It increases compliance and regulatory environments in a number of ways. It decreases funding for independent study charter schools, and it increases other cuts. As an organization, if AB 84 were to be passed, we'd be looking at a $10.3 million cut from our budget in the 2026-27 school year. Proposed in that bill is if you have independent study programs, right, who are not on campus but are flexibly personalized learning campus, would decrease funding for those students by 30%. And then it goes from there. So it's a challenging bill. It would significantly impact our organization. We're committed to excellence in everything we do, and a cut of that size would be significant.
Have they scheduled a vote for that in the assembly? Do you know?
I believe it is May 23rd or May 22nd as it comes out of appropriations.
And does it affect your 4-day program?
The funding model would not affect the 4-day program. However, there are other elements of the policy that would make it more challenging to do the work that we do every day and focus on serving our kids and our families.
Well, I know that many people have flown up to Sacramento to speak against the bill. It's just another way of taking competition out of the state of California education system. And as we know in the United States, competition is what has made such a great nation. And so I will be speaking out against AB 84 because I'm very much in favor of competition and letting parents decide where their kids go to school, not 52 state assembly people 700 miles away. So thank you for giving us an update on that.
Well, we appreciate your support, Board President Weller, and here at the Classical Academies, we're huge fans of public choice, right? Parents and families, we want to have them access to the best options available to them and the best fit available to them. And so glad to be in this ecosystem as one of the options for our kids and our families. So
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Is this a shortcut or a shortfall on the budget? Is this the reason why this
No.
is happening?
No,
No.
Oh, okay.
control. It's totally control.
Gotcha. Okay. I need more about that later.
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, we now move on to section E, public comment, and we're going to start with a report from the Escondido School Employees Association, and we can call them up if anybody's here to speak.
Hello. CSEA has allotted me their time to discuss one of the positions, specifically the Learning Center Classroom Assistant. And I'd like to begin. My name is May Fay. I've met many of you in person. I've known many of you for years. I want to thank you for all your hard work, especially in not only doing oversight for our district, but also for the service that you do. The importance of your role in our district cannot be understated. All of you are important pieces in the leadership. And so I just wanted to begin by recognizing that and thanking you so much for it. I know that sometimes you have to stay here till 10 o'clock, and that must be hard. And I appreciate that extra service. Can we applaud them? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
It does a lot to see you all here. I wanted to begin by noting that two of the students who spoke tonight already were involved in independent study. In fact, the San Pasqual Student of the Month went through independent study because of the family issues, as you may recall. We've had that happen at our site at EUHSD, almost identical. And it's tough on everyone, but one wonderful thing about this program is we offer that flexibility to support students when they're having those difficult times. And the other one was Yamilet Chavez, and Yamilet spoke for Project Next. I'm so proud and so fortunate because she's one of my students. And she's just a joy to work with because she loves learning. She's always looking for what is the Career Center offering? What is Project Next offering? What else can I do? What other things do I have? She just keeps going and trying new things. She just wants to know it all. And I just love that about her. Okay, so anyway, let me tell you, I know I've spoken with you, some of you, about the laboratory classroom assistant, but for those of you I haven't had a chance to speak with, it requires many hours of training, and then the person who's in this position needs to work extremely efficiently. This position requires that we invest serious hours in showing them how to master 3 pretty complicated computer systems. Our student information system, so that they can contact our families quickly. We are required in independent study, if a student's not doing their work, we have to contact the family or the parent or guardian within 1 school day. That's ed code. We're also required as independent study teachers every week to meet with every independent study student for 30 minutes. So while the other teachers and I are working with these students, our classroom laboratory assistant comes in and she makes sure kids have their test open. They have to take their tests for academic integrity at the school. She opens it, she proctors it. She also monitors kids working at home to make sure that they're not copying and pasting or cheating on quizzes, which they can take at home. To do this, she has to know how to use LAN School, which is how we see all of our students' computer screens. In addition to that, she also has to know how to navigate the online Edgenuity system where the kids take the classes through. So she has to learn, or he, because we have had men, of course, in the position. I'm just thinking of the 2 that we've had in the past few years. But they have to know all of this information, and it takes months to get them up to speed. We've invested a lot of time with them. And one of the important things that they do, in addition to helping our 8 sections of independent study, is they also monitor and keep records on the students in our campus online. Those are kids who are usually credit deficient for graduation and are catching up. So what they do is we try to go every 6 weeks. They pull up their progress. They let them know what's going on. They call home for any students who are 10% or more behind or haven't worked for a while. And they talk with the family and they say, okay, they need to work this much every day at home. They need to do this. They're not attending class, whatever the issue. Maybe they have an assignment they haven't completed. And they say, oh, they haven't done this assignment yet. If they don't know how to do it, it's okay. Have them ask the next time they're at school with their teacher. This person gives extremely detailed information, engages our parents at a very deep, detailed level in both English and Spanish. This person is a gate to allowing us to have a team with our families. And I'm sure from his time as principal, Dr. Casas knows how important family engagement is. In fact, I was fortunate enough to talk with our superintendent yesterday about the LCAP. And I mentioned how impressed I was by the additions Dr. Casas has made to the LCAP. Of course, part of what our board and cabinet have always tried to do is, if a program has been in place, they try to continue to strengthen it. And we have been working very hard to do that. Historically, I want to let you know, we actually had a teacher who had been doing independent study since 1988, Marlene Sidorsky. And probably some of you remember her. She's such a joy. I learned so much from her, and I feel very lucky to have stood on her shoulders. And from her remembrance of 1988 forward, we've always had someone as a classroom assistant. And the reason is that the teachers get so busy in their 30 minutes appointments that if other students are waiting, because we have a drop-in model, classroom assistant can get them going on what they need. They can help them with assignments. They can, if they need a ride home, they can call parents, get everything situated. We have students who've been recommended to our program by Dr. Good because of safety issues, bullying on campus. And our classroom laboratory assistant supervises those kids when they go for nutrition break or lunch. She also maintains all of the attendance records for independent studies, synchronous time when the kids are actually with us, and when she makes contact. I showed Mr. Peterson all the contacts that she's made. 2 of our students, she has called over 90 times this school year. Has anyone ever said to her, no, stop calling? No. She is such a good, and we put a lot of time in training, but she is such a good representative of our district. And that's part of her role. I'd also like to mention that it is a fact that we are in declining enrollment. And we are, as a result of running out of our pandemic funding, we're going to get into a budget crunch. But the independent study program at EHS earns more than it costs. Per EUHSD last year, we earned over $130,000 more than our cost. We investing in us and keeping us level is part of how I believe we could stay in the black, how we don't diminish our resources. She or he engages those parents and those guardians. She's so crucial. She spends several hours a day working on the phone or emailing parents. We were in an unusual situation in that we had a teacher without the LC assistant, and last year their attendance on average was 70%. This year, that teacher has 61% attendance. The teachers who had access to the LC assistant had an attendance of 95% last year, and this year, 99% attendance. Some of these students are students with special needs who come to us with PTSD or depression, and we support them. We support their, if they have an IEP or a 504, we support their accommodations. She's a big part of that because the teachers aren't always available since they have to do the one-on-one meetings every week. When we're not available, she makes sure that they have their accommodations in place. One important note that I wanted to make was that at EHS, Jason Jacobs supports continuing the Learning Center assistant. And Ron Duke, the assistant principal who oversees the program, Dave Musati, another assistant principal, they support keeping the Learning Center assistant. And according to both Sue Pratt, the Learning Center lead, that's my position at EHS, but at Orange Glen, it's Sue Pratt. She has spoken with the principal and he supports keeping the Learning Center assistant. We want to continue to keep our district strong. We want to continue to support all different types of students, just as you had in the mission, is in your vision, your mission statement. We want to continue doing those things. We ask that you give us the tools to keep going. If that person isn't there, every day, 8 hours less of work is going to be done. We're not going to be able to serve as many students. We're not going to be able to serve the special cases that we've been able to do because we won't have someone who can find out what we need to know to help them to the next step of learning. We have some amazing, amazing students. I love this job. I love this community. I live here. I've lived here for 25 years. I've worked here for 24. And I am proud of what I've done. And I'm proud of my students who show up every day despite all of their challenges and keep going and keep working. Please, please, I ask you to reconsider and let her continue. Let us continue. We need the team together. We are very efficient. We would love to show you what we do if you'd like to come visit. We want to do everything we can to help all the possible kids that we can. I'm happy to answer any questions should you have any. Again, I must thank you for your time and your sacrifice because I know that being away from your families and your other obligations all this time does, and all this concentration because you have to learn so much so quickly. It's a tough position that you've taken on. And I respect and admire your courage for doing this. Sometimes people come in and they don't understand what you all are about. And even sometimes I've misunderstood, honestly. But I think with age comes a little more wisdom and a little more insight. And with this new job that I've had for 2 years, I get to see so much more than I have before. And I want you to know that I really appreciate you. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any points of clarification?
Excuse me?
Well, I don't really have a question for you, May. I just would like to make some comments. I know our district has valued, obviously, we value school choice and creating options for our students. We have, as a district, sat and talked at length about our independent study program and how if we are going to remain competitive, we must strengthen our independent study program and continue to invest in our independent study program. I just want to make that point very clear that that this reduction will send a clear message about how we feel about independent study at EUHSD. So we can, I'm very concerned if we make reductions to our independent study program. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Knight. I did want to say, and I'm so sorry, I did not get your name. And
Maefei. I rhyme all day.
What? Say that one more time.
Maefey, Maefei.
Maefei.
Yes, I'm at EHS Learning Center lead.
I just wanted to let you know that this was the most positive, the most polite, the most encouraging from you and the audience I have seen in my 2.5 years on the board here. And trust me, that goes a long way in helping us make a decision to see that you want to work with us, the students, and the teachers. So I just want to compliment you and everyone that just came here tonight for this. So thank you very much. Yes.
Well, would it be okay to also give some time for another CSEA member who would like to talk about layoffs?
Do you know how much time?
I think they need a little bit more than the 2 minutes allotted. So I just wanted to make sure that they're able to express what they
Hold on one second. Other board members?
I do have a question. I mean, this is supposed to be a CSEA report, not necessarily requests about an employee and stuff like that.
Then it could
We
be
will
under,
discussing
yeah.
on a different agenda item, but frankly, I do think that this isn't a CSEA report, what we're
Got it.
hearing here.
So it could be under item number 3, comments from the public. Or actually, no, sorry, that's non-agendized.
It would be
Either way,
an agenda
either way.
item.
Yeah, they have a card in. I just wanted to
Okay, we'll wait.
a little bit more time. So I appreciate you at least.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so thank you for that. As we move on to section or item number 2, report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association. Are there any people here from ESTA that would like to report? Since there aren't, I'm going to ask Superintendent if this is an appropriate time for me to talk about this. And I think it is, because last month we were accused, I listened to the transcript, and it's 6 minutes and 3, and because integrity and truth and what I know this board stands for is extremely important, because if you cannot trust that we are following the law and doing things by ed code and all, there is no trust. And so the speaker at last month's meeting said, and this school board has not followed the law with these RIFs, and I'm happy to stand corrected, but we have seen no board action to eliminate 35 sections. And at 6 minutes and 44 seconds, this person said, I don't think I need to tell you, but you're not above the law. Now, I'm not sure where this came from, but I am going to submit a request for legal clarification, because during the public comment, to summarize in what I'm asking for legal clarification, that it was asserted that these reductions constitute a de facto reduction in force, a RIF, and that no corresponding board resolution was passed in accordance with legal procedures outlined in California Education Code, notably section 44955. The speaker referenced precedent from a prior year in which formal resolution was adopted for the reduction of 28 TOSA positions, affording the affected employees appropriate due process. With that said, I'm going to pass this to the superintendent, and I'm asking in this request a legal from our law firm, what is the law on the way we handled it? Because if we did something wrong, I want to understand that. If we did not, I want to make it clear that we do follow the law. Thank you. So then that takes us on to Educational Services Division. Oh, sorry. This is comments from the public on non-agendized topic. And we do have a number of speaker cards.
We have 6 speaker cards, and all 6 want to address the topic of item G6. 5 of those 6 would like to speak now at the public comment time, and 1 indicated speaking immediately prior to item G6. Daniel Varela wants to speak at the item itself according to the card, but the other 5 would like to speak right now.
Okay, very good. I do have, yeah, go ahead.
One of them will require a translator.
Okay, great. So I have to read the script for board meeting, public comment for agenda items. For public comment related to an agenda on the, an item on the agenda, the board will hear those comments directly following staff presentation. The board shall limit, am I reading the right one here? Yes. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. Generally, each person may speak for up to 3 minutes, which will be timed. At board discretion, in order to allow all persons to have an opportunity to participate if desired, the board may reduce the amount of time per speaker when necessary. Following public comment, the board will entertain motion and a second, and then convene discussion on the item. Public comments not related to an item on the agenda will be shared during the public comments section. So the first person I'm going to call is Roxanne Marin.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, student board representatives. My name is Miguel Marin. I'm actually here with my wife, Roxanne, as parents, to speak in support of the laboratory classroom assistant position for the independent study program at Escondido High School. As board members, you've been entrusted with ensuring that every student receives the highest quality of education possible, one that meets them where they are and provides them the tools to grow. And that's actually why I'm here to speak to you today. We're elected to provide leadership and oversight to make sure our district stays aligned with the values and priorities of our community. And I want to be clear that this community values support, structure, and intervention for students who need it most. Laboratory classroom assistant provides just that. Board bylaws state that you are responsible for reviewing matters brought by the superintendent and the public. I'm one of many parents asking you to seriously consider what is at stake. We are not just asking to keep this position. We're asking for you to protect the structure that helps struggling students turn things around and make progress towards graduation. I stand before you to please ask you to not take the support away that we receive from the laboratory classroom assistant. Students deserve better. We are counting on your leadership to do what's right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And the next person is Edward Segal.
My apologies. I was submitting that card on behalf of him. He didn't end up making it, and I was meant to submit my card. Is it okay that I speak? Okay. Good evening, board members, cabinet, and student representatives. Tonight, I want to share a personal story that reflects the heart of what this district's investment in the laboratory classroom assistant for alternative education means to students and what's at stake when that support is at risk. I grew up in the LA County area and attended school there until my senior year. I was a strong student, honor roll, AP, and then an international baccalaureate student, while also being an athlete and an active member and leader in a variety of community service organizations. I built deep relationships with my school and community, but like many of our students, I faced unexpected circumstances that changed everything. My junior year, my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer and passed later that year. My senior year, my grandfather fell gravely ill, and we were told our time with him was limited. He was not expected to make it to my senior graduation. There are people who I looked up to with the utmost respect and shaped me into who I am. In hopes of finding a support plan, my family contacted our school administration, and that is when I first met independent study. But it wasn't sustainable. I was met with an unmanageable workload, harsh deadlines, and inconsistent teacher support due to them needing to manage their in-person caseload. An administration telling me that I needed to be more understanding of their schedule and find time. My family presented me with the option of moving to find a school that would provide me with the support I needed. And I was faced with a difficult decision. Do I sacrifice my community and relationships to move to a school that could provide me the support I needed? Ultimately, we made the difficult decision to move, and that is how I have come to meet and grow in this wonderful community. That is why the investment this district makes in this program means so much. I see what happens when students are given structure, flexibility, and proper support. I see students who have experienced trauma, illness, or academic challenges find their footing and even thrive. But that level of care and support only works because of the structure and people in place that we have, including the laboratory classroom assistant. This role ensures students aren't left behind. It ensures students who are already struggling aren't told that they need to wait, but instead are met with immediate hands-on help at a time that works for them. I respectfully ask, please continue the classroom laboratory assistant. Let's not take away the kind of support that could have kept me in my original school and is currently helping students stay in ours. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker, according to this card right here, the box is checked that she will need an interpreter or he will need Gorgonia Olvera. Are you here? And do we have an interpreter, I think, in the back? Yes, she's going to come up.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Mi nombre es Gregoria Olvera. Quiero pedirles, por favor, que nos dejen esta clase que es muy importante para mi hija, porque ella tiene problemas de salud. Entonces, los maestros le ayudan mucho en sus tareas. Por ejemplo, ella lo toma en casa con su computadora y cuando yo la tengo que llevar a Children's, a sus citas, ella regresa y está al pendiente de sus tareas.
I just give this class to take it back.
Y es muy importante que nos den esa oportunidad de seguir con esta clase independiente, pues. Hay muchos niños que lo necesitan y las maestras les doy gracias porque ellas siempre están ahí para nosotros. Como les decía, a veces tengo citas con mi hija, pues no se retrasa, no se, ¿cómo se dice? No se, no tiene dificultad porque ella regresa y hace sus tareas. Y un día por semana va y hace sus exámenes. No es porque sea mi hija, pero tiene promedio muy alto. Entonces, no es, es mucha ayuda con esta clase.
Again, this independent
Mm.
studies. Okay.
Pues les agradezco su atención y esperemos que nos dejen esta clase, clase independiente para nuestros hijos. Les doy las gracias a todos, muy amables.
Thank you. I hope we are able.
Gracias a las maestras que están aquí.
Thank
Son
you.
muy amables con todos nuestros hijos. Gracias.
Thank you. They're very kind with their children.
Thank you for the comments and also thank you for the excellent translation. And then the next speaker will be Genesis Agrarian. Very good.
Good evening. My name is Genesis Areguin. I'm currently a senior at Escondido High School. Today I'm here to ask you to continue the position of a classroom laboratory assistant in the Learning Center. I have been positively affected by this person in several ways. As someone who deals with anxiety on a regular basis, I can say Ms. Rios has helped me feel more welcome and significant than teachers I had for classes before. She always smiles and greets me as if I were one of her children along with the rest of my classmates in independent studies. She not only worries for me, but keeps me on track and ensures that I show up when things get rough. She also makes sure that my IEP rules are followed when other teachers aren't available. Many young people in my generation faces similar challenges, and in meeting Ms. Rios, I feel like she can inspire them to persevere and feel valued the same way she does for me. As I also had trouble going to school since I usually feel like I'm being judged and dealt with bullying, but as I enter my senior year, I've came to the realization that I truly enjoy going to school and that I will never change my mind about enrolling in independent studies. Thank you for listening and have a great day.
Thank you for your little speech there. It was very clear, and we're glad that you like coming to school again. And so then we're going to finish up public comment with our own Alondra Pena speaking on behalf of Yer Pablo. So Alondra, you may speak.
To be clear, I don't know them personally, so I'm just reading by their behalf. Okay, dear board members and cabinet, I am writing to you today as a student in the district to ask you reinstate the position of class laboratory assistant in the Learning Center. Throughout my time at the program, I have seen how much this position values academic help and overall supports and well-being of the students and teachers. Being a lab assistant is a crucial role in helping students who need help when teachers are busy or unavailable, as well as improving materials like paper or pencils and translating for students or parents when they don't speak English or Spanish. The lab assistant is someone who we can count on every day when we need help. If we lose this position, it would create a serious problems and come with chaos. There are students who need help with understanding a lesson, help check quizzes and exam, call home when there is an emergency, or just get supplies a student needs to learn. Without the lab assistant, there will be long waits to get checked, getting help, and will cause chaos and affect the students in their learning and make the students lose motivation to work. Personally, I have seen what Ms. Rios can do for the Learning Center, and it has made a difference. She makes sure that students are there. If they aren't there, she calls homes to see if something is wrong and to make sure the students are okay and they do their work so they don't get behind. She also understands students in an emotional way, because one time I wanted to ask for a check, and she noticed I was anxious, and she told me that everything is okay and there was nothing to be anxious about, and that I did well on my test. The support that Ms. Rio gave us can never be replaced. If her positions were come to end, we would have no one to help us or support us the way she does, that goes beyond the classroom. I ask you to consider her position coming to an end, and that her job is not just a job, it's a lifetime help for everyone in the Learning Center. Removing her would just cause a ripple effect through the whole Learning Center, affecting everyone with getting help and well-being for students to continue working. I kindly ask you that this position stays so students get to receive the help that supports them. Ms. Rio gave me success in my work. Um, Imagine independent city as Earth and as a step as oxygen, water, and land essentials for life. If we were taken away, we couldn't survive. As they are important for us to survive, and if we terminate Miss Rios, we could not move forward, as she is an important essential for us. And if we remove her, it would be chaos, and we could not live. To Miss Bea and Miss Rios, sincerely, Yair Estrada Pablo, 9th grade student.
Thank you very much. There's a question. So Daniel Varela you wanted to speak at a later time under the agenda? Go for it. You're up. You're up. Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening. Hello. My name is Daniel Varela. I'm Orange Glen High School alumni, class of 2008. I wrote a little something, but I think I'm gonna have to go through it very quickly because of the time allotment. But I wrote here that my roots run deep here in Escondido, especially at Orange Glen High School. I went to school at Orange Glen High School, graduated 2008. I met my wife at Orange Glen High School. In my time there, I've worked 7 years in the special education department. I worked quite a lot of the time with Courtney Coffin. I currently work for the last 6 years at campus security at Orange Glen High School, but I've also been coaching. I'm the head wrestling coach there since 2013, but I've coached there since 2011. So I love Orange Glen. I love Escondido. I love what we stand for, and I love what we've been building. For many years, my wife has seen what we've been building at Orange Glen, in our communities, with our students, with not only through sports, but through clubs, but through just our interactions with the students. And for years, she's tried to get into the district, to be part of that, to be part of what she sees, to be part of her community. She's always said, "Oh, I want to be part of what you're doing, what you guys are doing with friends and family and people that we've grown up with, being at Orange Glen, working there with our students." She finally did it. She applied and got the library clerk position back in February of last year, and she loved it. She loved every minute of it. She loved who she works with. She loves the middle college kids she works with. She actually started her own club and has established a deep connection with a group of kids at school. And like the classical academy principal that was saying, building those meaningful relationships and with our students besides the classroom setting. And I know that people love to come and get assistance from her in the library. I wrote a little bit of something about just how important that position is. But before I do that, I would just real quick before I run out of time, just thank you for your time. But say I would like to respectfully ask that you reconsider the proposed cuts to the position of the laboratory assistant and then the library clerk. Those two positions, I know you heard a lot about the first one, but especially the library clerk. I'll skip to just the importance of the eliminating the position will negatively impact the daily operations of our school. As you know, we have middle college at Orange County High School, which is something that most other campuses don't have, which means we have a whole nother set of books, a whole nother set of tasks that are not included in anybody else's job description, since this job description is 14 years out of date. But without this role, tasks like billing, inventory, helping the students with their student view, other tasks would go to other members of our union. And we just feel like there's so much there that she does that's necessary that I just ask that you reconsider that position, please. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. It is almost 8 o'clock, so there's no action items taken in public comment. So, but thank you for speaking so clearly and articulately and politely. It really meant a lot to all of us. I know the board agrees with that. I'd like to take a 5-minute break right now, and we'll reconvene here at approximately All right, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 8:02. And we are in section F, item 1, although there's an asterisk there for consent items, which means that it's just approved in a lump of things together that Trustee Knight so eloquently stated. And yet I wanted to pull this item from F1, which was the one of the trips that we have for the approved field trips and conferences. I know that Dr. Casas, you're very patient with me as I continue to look detailed into these things. So I just, over this time, I want to just say thank you for allowing me to look into it. I appreciate you finding different trips and coaching things. The item that I wanted to discuss is the one dated October 5th through October 7th of this year. And it's for an organization called, or a convention called Teaching, Leading, Coaching, TLC. And in the explanation, it says attendees will gain valuable insights into effective coaching strategies, innovative practices, and practical tools to enhance their coaching skills. What I think I'd like to do is I'll just read what I found on the website, and I think that it'd be nice because we do have time between now and next month to get a little more insight on this. But under the TLC conference and under the main speaker, the instructional coaching group, there was an item that I read in their summary that I was really distressed about. And I don't know if it was like misplaced, but let me just read that and I'll hand this to you. Superintendent, you can help me on this, but in terms of what we do for action items. But it says in here, and I'll summarize and then I'll quote, reform. What then is the fundamental reform referred to in the definition of radical? In this context, the reform is to transform our students' learning experiences into one to where students are inspired to learn and not coerced into simply passing tests. So far, so good. The reform is to respect and excite students with possibilities rather than controlling and enforcing them, so we stay in control. And this is the sentence that really concerned me. The reform is to celebrate creativity, joy, and fun, not enforce behaviors such as handing in things on time, being obedient in class, and following instructions. Now, I did not summarize that. That is actually on their website. And I would like to table the approval of this conference till more research can be done on that. So, Superintendent, do I need to ask for a second or conversation? How do we do that?
I'd like to address some.
Yeah, please.
This conference is one that we provide professional learning for our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, who's actually here, Ms. Kelly Grigsby, and her team, content specialist, math content specialist, science content specialist, and literacy content specialist. They attend with the lens to learn about research-based instructional coaching strategies to improve teaching and learning. We attend a variety of different conferences throughout the year. Do we agree with 100% of the vision statements of all the organizations that we attend to? Absolutely not. We try to go and see what is out in the field, what are the best practices that are research-based, and we take the nuggets of them. So by no means, because we send a team to like an AVID conference or to an AP conference or to X conference, does that mean we wholeheartedly agree with whatever they're saying and doing? So I just wanted to put it out there because I understand the point, and we're happy to provide more information. So
Thank you, Dr. Casas. I appreciate that summary. Superintendent?
So to answer your procedural question, as the administration, we are recommending that you approve all of the trips and conferences on the list. However, procedurally, if the board wanted, they, after discussion, could make a motion to approve all of the trips on the list, except, and then you name the specific one that you are excluding from approval. You would craft that into the motion. Somebody would, or second it, and you would vote on that.
Okay. Well, is there discussion before we ask for the motion? Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be appropriate, that you can have some discussion and then craft a motion, or you can go ahead and craft craft your motion right
Okay.
now and then discuss it, but discussion will be required.
Cool. I'll craft a motion that says that I approve, I'd like a motion for approval for all the field trips except the one for TLC to bring back at a later date with more definition of maybe the breakout sessions. So that would be my motion. If I don't get a second, it fails. And if I get a second, it can move to discussion. Any second? Well, actually, I need a motion and a second. Yeah,
Did you make the motion?
I made the motion. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll make a second.
Okay. So then we can now open it up for discussion.
So based on there's obviously more time, I think it's important for the board I would like to see all board members comfortable with the conferences. So if there is an opportunity to do some more research and recognize while maybe that wasn't worded well, I think the concept of kids having more fun versus punitive actions is probably maybe punitive would have been a word they could have chosen versus whatever they described it as.
Force.
But and I, agree with the concept. Personally, I see your concerns with the way it was worded for sure. And then how would that be presented to teachers? And then how does that then get brought back? And how is that presented to our teachers? Like that kind of. So I get it. So let's, if I'm comfortable moving forward with all of them except that one until there's more clarification. It seems that we have time to work through any concerns.
Thank you, trustee.
You maybe elaborate on where this was found. Was it some speaker's particular bio? Was it, what's the background behind?
Yeah, one of the main, and I have the link, I didn't send it out, but the link was Why Radical, Why Learner Instructional Coaching Group is one of the speakers. As Dr. Costa said, it was one of the lead, well, actually, it was the lead, how to explain it? It was like a keynote, but he's the guy that really was bringing a lot of the speakers together under his oversight.
My comment on this would be, I do agree that, there may be some courses, there are some sessions that we do not 100% agree with. I know if we said, hey, the CSBA conference that we go to every year, if we don't agree with the keynote speaker, we shouldn't go. Well, I probably would never have gone then. That's the way things go. Our teachers are smart, they're intelligent, they're going there to learn and get information. I believe it's a good thing for them to be exposed to different options in different ways. And I give my teachers credit for picking courses that sessions that would be good for them, bringing that information back here. There will be, if there's something that they're picking up there that we really don't like, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for that to filter into the system here, and we'd have plenty of opportunities to do something about it. For myself, I'm fine with having them go to the conference because we'll never find conferences that meet 100% of our 100% agreement for all 5 board members.
Thank you.
I'd say having attended a lot of conferences in my day, and especially even with CSBA, there's plenty of classes there that I did not agree with, right? But we attended it, and again, I like the term, the lens that we viewed the course for, or attended the conference through. I think makes sense to me. So honestly, I don't have an issue with it. I agree with the word choice that you're sharing, right? And there are some concerns with that. I think ignoring behavior and other things, I think all teachers would be concerned with that topic. So I do agree with Bill in that. I think let it ride because you're never going to get a perfect conference.
Dr. Vincent?
Yeah, I have to agree that, I got to give credit to our teachers in that. I think they know how to filter out bad ideology. And I'm assuming that John has done his due diligence in approving these, and I just don't understand why they would write something like that and, say that it's okay for a kid to go be disruptive, do whatever, discipline. So to me, that I think How many teachers would allow that to happen? I think 0, right? So I had no issues with this one. I have to don't have a real feeling that is that deep. And again, you've gone to conferences I have, and I selected which speaker I'm going to go.
It's marketing, and you always make the abstract something interesting.
Exactly.
Right.
And I do the same thing.
All right. Well, then I can tell where this is going. So
Board member, would you, President Weller, would you like to amend the motion at this point?
yeah, I'll just amend it that we can approve all the conferences. And so we'll vote on that, and then I have a quick comment. So all in favor of approving F1 and all the
You
conference?
should have a second to the amendment.
Okay.
You have to,
Or give a
you state your amendment to use
Well, the amendment is that we would approve all field trips and conferences under F1.
second that.
if you have a comment, you still need to.
I'll say it afterwards.
Basically, Bob, I think since we have a motion, we probably should just let that one die.
Yes, agreed.
Not take a vote and just go back to the original. It's not even an amendment then. The
Okay.
original item, it's not being amended.
Okay. All in favor of F1, say aye. Aye.
As it's written, aye.
All right.
Student board member.
And the student board member, Alondra?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. I would like Dr. Costas maybe a little more detail on that conference to kind of understand that. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much. All right. We move on to item F2, special education presentation, number 3 by Dr. Jeremy Owen. And so we turn the floor over to you, Doctor.
Getting comfortable up there.
A little too much. I did want to make a comment though. Thank you, board members, cabinet, for being so invested and interested. I think that it tells a lot about where your focus is. And, this is a population of individuals who need support. With that said, I also recognize this is my 3rd time here, so I need to be direct in some of the questions that are being posed. And so this presentation looks a little bit different than the previous 2. Dr. Vincent provided some questions relating to school safety. And so what we'll go over today are kind of direct responses to those questions.
Dr. Owen, do you want to remind them that they also have an accompanying document as well?
Yes, so you should have the questions that were posed. And the presentation that's up here are just some bullet points, some speaking points, but in front of you is a little bit more narrative in describing some of those nuances. You can see the specific questions and the responses. So starting off in terms of are our campuses ADA compliant? The answer to that is yes. Really, we're looking at accessibility, and we have ramps, we have elevators. The width of our corridors is wide enough. In our restrooms, we also have facilities for students with physical handicaps. In some of our moderate to severe classrooms, there's actually a bathroom in the room. And so in there, we may have lifts that the students have to use. The answer to the second question is a bit lengthier in terms of what are the risk assessment protocols. And while we don't have necessarily a quote unquote risk assessment, there are a number of assessments that we do for students who may be at risk for a variety of different concerns. So in terms of students who have mobility needs or physical handicaps, what we look at, it's always an answer to a lot of these questions about gathering information is doing assessments. We have professionals in particular fields that come in and do assessments in those areas and make recommendations to the IEP team. So if the concern is about mobility or physical issues, we might have a physical therapist or an occupational therapist. Our district nurse does assessments and communicates with their private doctors to provide medical information. We have an orientation and mobility specialist that can also do assessments and give recommendations to the IEP team. In terms of behavior concerns, and I know that's a lot where this presentation is kind of revolving around, and I've spoken before about a functional behavior assessment. And so these are assessments that are conducted by a behavior specialist or a school psychologist. And the point of it is to really understand what is the function of this behavior? Why is an individual acting in this manner? And so there's actually, when you break it apart, there's a lot of pieces to that. You know, what's in the environment? What are the antecedents? Are there triggers? Are there warning signs? And understanding what's the nature that's causing this behavior, causing an individual to choose that behavior. It's also looking at what is the status after the behavior happens. What are the consequences to that behavior? Kind of what's left. You know, if you think about a student who's constantly maybe grabbing individuals, well, part of this assessment would be to look at what is the function of that grabbing? Is he trying to get some sensory need met? Is he trying to get someone's attention? You know, maybe he can't use language, so he's choosing to do this. And so it's really to understand what is the individual expressing through behavior. All behavior is communication. And I will go into this a little bit more, but essentially the behavior plan is developed to outline what are the environmental arrangements that we can set up so the likelihood of this behavior will not happen. How are we reinforcing the behaviors that we do want to see? What does that reinforcement schedule look like? And then finally, some of these behaviors are going to happen. You know, we know that in changing behavior, we all make missteps. And so what's the appropriate response to this maladaptive behavior? So in a later slide, I'll talk a little bit more about that behavior intervention plan, but just to know that for students who have known behavior concerns, that's really the process is gathering more information and having a specialist come in and inform the team about strategies that can be effective. Finally, I wanted to address in this that some behavior does pose a threat to an individual's self or to someone else. And so we do have procedures to conduct threat assessments. And that can be done by a variety of different staff members, from counselors to social workers to school psychologists. And the purpose of a threat assessment is to really understand what is the risk and what is the potential of danger. And then through a series of questions, it's an interview with an individual, then it's kind of determined about what level of intervention needs to happen based on how valid the threat may be.
So a quick follow-up question to some of that. So I think some of the questions that do come up, and one of the reasons why we're talking here, right, is because when I hear, you know, you follow the assessment, you follow the process, you follow the book, which is exactly what we want you to do. The question is what's usually the timeline within that process or procedure?
Right.
Oftentimes, if you've got a potential safety issue, right, and it takes, you know, you got to set up the meeting to have the assessment, so that's another week from now, and then you have to, you know, have the follow-up meeting with the parent, and that's another week from now, and then before you know it, you've have a safety issue, but because you followed the book, right, it's 8 weeks before something happens.
Yeah,
I think that's where a lot of the questions come up. Is that correct here?
Yeah.
Great question. So in terms of the law, it outlines that an assessment can take place over a span of 60 days. But there is also recognizing that what is the risk or what is the safety concern, and some situations would warrant a faster timeline. And so, you know, I think to answer that question kind of more directly would be it's a determination between the assessor, kind of their workload, and administration and myself in determining how immediate does this response need to be. There are some times that gathering the information can take time, so it's not always this immediate turnaround. But that's not to say there's no hard and fast rule that, oh, we're given 60 days, so we're going to wait those 60 days. It's not the mentality.
But I would say that there's no hard and fast rule, but I think that, you know, physical abuse, verbal abuse, sexual touching, or just touching should immediately jump the speed at which things get done. Like, I think that there should be written somewhere in there that if one of those three things happens, this whole thing's going to be solved in like 3 weeks.
I'm assuming that you prioritize things, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we have not seen that per se.
Yeah, you know, throughout the course of the year, there are a number of different incidents that we deal with, some which go faster, some which don't. You know, I'm familiar with one, you know, that in hearing your desire that things had moved faster. And that's certainly something that we can focus on as we kind of talk about, as we work with our groups of assessors and saying, and being able to prioritize and triage what someone's workload looks like.
I'll just add a quick note that there could be the assessment done by the functional behaviorist, which maybe perhaps the student team that's working with the student don't agree with. And then you'd have a result, and now we're in a tough legal place, right? And furthermore, you have a changement of placement meeting that needs to take place where everyone needs to be on the same page, regardless of what the assessment results are. So that adds to the timeline as well. So it's not just the assessment piece.
Any follow-up questions to that one? Finally, I know we've talked a couple times about ratios, and so you can see in front of you, those are essentially averages across the district. For students who are more mild to moderate in our co-taught classes or our specialized academic instruction classes, the ratio of students to teacher to adults is 15:20 to 1. All of these ratios that you're looking at are consistent previously with the districts that I've worked with our neighboring districts now with the county. So in terms of looking at these ratios, they are appropriate in terms of what schools locally are providing. Looking at our more moderate classrooms, so these are students in the Journey program who need support with their social emotional needs, or in our functional skills class, more working on self-help and independent type skills. Those ratios are generally about 3 or 4 students to 1 staff member. And then, of course, looking at these numbers, this also isn't a prescription. When we're looking at staffing a class, we don't just say, oh, here's our ratio, it's done. There's also consideration for each student that's in the room about what level of support they need. Again, to bring up another assessment, there's a special circumstances instructional assistance assessment that looks at why might an individual need an aid, in what settings do they need an instructional aid? Is it for safety? Is it for behavior? Is it for communication, for academics? So that's an assessment that's done and recommendations are made to the team, the IEP team. And so there are some students that even though there might be these adults in the room, then there's an additional staff member to support that one individual student.
Can I ask a quick question? For the one-on-one aid based on classification, what if one of those individuals is out for injury, or do you have a backup? What do you do there?
It's a challenge. So what the most immediate step is to post, looking for a substitute. Sometimes we are successful where we find someone, and generally that person is interested in staying for a longer term. So it's kind of like within the first week, we know we can cover the position for the duration, or we're in trouble. What I mean by in trouble is that we're not able to immediately fill that spot. And then that's where you see this bottom line, the program specialist, kind of the special education administrator at the site, needs to look at, okay, who are all of my staff members at this school? And again, going back to triage, what students absolutely need support, and where can we look at having some absences?
So sometimes there's a situation where somebody can't support that activity. What happens to that one-on-one? Is it now 2-on-1, or they have to, manage 2 students? That would
Generally, and I'm just kind of ballparking the numbers here, but if there are 17 instructional aides at a school site, and there's someone who's working one-on-one with a student with behaviors, we'd go and look at taking another staff member that has a different assignment and moving them to coverage.
Okay, so you do have a contingency plan then?
Yes, and it is specific by sites.
Okay.
Okay. In our 2 more severe classrooms, one are for students who have more medical needs, and another is for students who have the most significant behaviors. The ratios in those programs are generally 2 or even 1-to-1 for all the students. All right. So moving over to teacher and staff safety. There's a question in terms of how are we providing professional development for de-escalation? And two of the trainings that we're specifically asked about are integrated into our professional development model that we work with staff in training. First is PBIS. This is a tremendous resource in terms of proactive strategies to implement to kind of reduce a problem from getting bigger. I'm sure you've seen these tiers a number of times before, but PBIS strategies address general education classrooms, what any staff member at the site can do. And then you have students who aren't responding to that, a small group of students. So what's kind of the next tier? What's the next level of intervention? Then you have a very small percentage of students who don't respond to that kind of small group support. So what's the intensive individualized support? And so we draw a lot from those types of resources and integrate them into the professional development that we do. At the start of this year, we had a pull-out day for teachers and then a pull-out day for instructional aides. And this was essentially the meat and potatoes of that presentation. We did talk about our continuum and what our services look like across the district. We also took a lot of time, though, in talking about what are accommodations, what are modifications, what is a prompt hierarchy, how do you help with communication? And so it's a lot of these skills that if we're able to be proactive with students, kind of work with them in a manner of best practices and what's proven to be the most efficient, then the likelihood of these maladaptive behaviors is going to decrease because students' needs are being met at that tier 1 level.
I like this. I just got a few questions regarding peer support. For examples, what are the levels of tiers as it relates to instructional support? For example, entry level versus experience aids, and how does that differentiate the impact of deliverable classroom setting? So for each group, they're trained specific manner, right? How is that impact a differential classroom? That makes sense?
I'm a little confused. Just in talking about in terms of the longevity of a staff member?
Yeah, like for an entry level versus an experience aid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that our onboarding and how we're training new staff members is something that we need to improve in. I think a lot of times is that we'll do the hiring, they'll have a placement, and then it's really left up to the site in terms of integrating them into the culture and training them where they need to. I will say a lot of this training is very hands-on, and you're going to learn through experiencing working with children. But I do have an intention to look at what is that onboarding, how can we be more consistent with our program specialists across sites, because it's not, you go to one site, it won't be the same experience as going to another site.
So there's no standardization.
Correct.
So in that case, who is responsible for providing the support? How is it spread across the state?
The hiring of instructional assistants?
Yeah, like a special ed teacher and their onboarding throughout the year, how are they monitored that they're performing the tasks assigned?
Yeah, so myself and we have a coordinator and 3 program specialists that oversee all the hiring of different roles and at different sites. In that hiring process will include instructional assistants to give some insight into they're actually doing the job so they can speak to the qualities they see.
Okay.
And then the individual that's hired is evaluated by the program specialist. So that's where I see is the commonality is that if the 5 of us are all consistent and we develop a training series, then that's something that we can roll out to anyone and then have that consistent.
Thank you.
So on this chart, you can see some of the other professional development we do around trauma-informed care. I spoke a little bit about behavior intervention plans, but we have 2 behavior specialists in the district, and this is really, I think this is something that teachers find very beneficial. professional development is great, I think, in terms of conveying ideas. But what our behavior specialists actually do is they're on site 100% of their schedule, and they're working with school teams to talk about individual students. So it's consultation, it's problem solving. If they end up writing a behavior plan, they work with the teacher and the staff in what that should actually look like. It's one thing to read, but it's another thing for them to be there and model. And then they also work with some of the students as well. So in terms of the de-escalation question, I think that that's a real value to us, is having those people to talk about specifically. A teacher has a question about this behavior. Okay, we can talk about exactly that. And then the crisis prevention and intervention training is it's 90% de-escalation strategies. It goes through a hierarchy of a student as they kind of escalate and get more and more out of control, they call it. And then there's also a component of the restraint training. And so this is where a student is a quote unquote out of control individual, and they're a danger to themselves. And so then there's a physical intervention that needs to happen. If that ever happens, that is something that's done only by people who have completed this training. And the training needs to be renewed every 2 years. In terms of safety risk protocols, so for many of our students, the behaviors are known. There's a history that we can see through their records. They've had behavior plans coming up through the elementary school. And so a lot of our protocols is to make sure that everyone is informed about what the challenges are and what the responses are. So in a behavior plan, it really outlines what are the specific behaviors that we see. What is the intensity of these behaviors? How frequently are they occurring? What's the most impact that these behaviors have had? And so it's very clear in determining this is specifically what that child is working on. And there's multiple parts in the behavior plan about how actually to decrease those. I mentioned earlier, there's a whole section on environmental supports. What are all the things that we can do that are going to reduce or eliminate the need for that individual to demonstrate that behavior? If they're getting frustrated with work and they're running out of the class, well, okay, let's look at building in breaks throughout the day so that the student gets that release and they don't get to that point of being so overwhelmed. That's the first section. Second section is really looking at what is a functionally equivalent replacement behavior. So what is something that's going to get that individual what they need, but in a pro-social way? So if you have someone who's disruptive and they jump up out of the chair every time and shout the answer, okay, well, obviously they want to be included. They want to share the information they have. Raising your hand is a functionally equivalent replacement behavior that's more pro-social. And so I'm going to teach you how to raise your hand, and I'm going to reinforce you every time that you're doing that. Every time you raise your hand, I'm giving you positive feedback, and I'm going to keep that going so long that your behavior pattern shifts then from jumping up and yelling out to, oh, I know something good will happen if I raise my hand. So that's really the substance. A behavior plan isn't just saying like, how do we make this stop? How do we make this go away? But it's how do we teach the person something different so they can still express their needs, but in a way that's not going to cause a problem to anyone else. And then finally, the last section is, we're realists. We recognize that these behaviors still may happen time to time. And there's kind of the escalation chart that we build. This is what it looks like kind of at a low level. This is what it looks like at a medium level. This is when it's really that acting out. And matching that is what the staff can do to respond in that situation. So whether it's an instructional assistant or the teacher or a sub who's in there, they know that, oh, when this student gets up and starts yelling, I can just look at this chart. This is what my response should be. So that's practicing consistency with the hope of that being the highest the behavior escalates to. If it's a new behavior, obviously we're not anticipating it. We don't have things in place for that. And that's going back to, okay, we have a problem now. We need to address this. And that's where we would start that functional behavior assessment. Then get to the point of expecting or knowing how to respond to expected behavior. The process, so if staff gets injured or sustains an injury, they are asked to, kind of depending on the circumstance, because this can happen in a variety of different ways, but it's to inform their administrator as soon as possible. And so really our practice is to find a replacement help for that person, have them come in, they fill out an injury report. And then also, just like anyone, any workers' comp type of concern, they would call the company nurse to get medical advice about how to respond to that. And again, as a follow-up, the conversation with the team, the person who got injured, the teacher, the behavior specialist, to understand, like, do we need to adjust what our plan was? A number of times something might happen because staff is working with another student and they don't know what's going on behind them, and then all of a sudden they're involved. We don't need to necessarily change a plan other than talking about, all right, let's be aware that because this is happening in the classroom, versus something that's more intentional, and then recognizing, like, maybe we need to switch staff who's working with that individual. Maybe we need to have some type of different plan, revise the behavior plan. IEP and student-specific supports. IEPs are reviewed annually or whenever someone on the team requests a meeting. So at the very least, we're meeting once a year to discuss what's in the IEP. And there's a lot of different sections of information. So essentially, if you can picture, I spoke before about the present levels of performance. Compartmentalize communication into one box, academics into one box, behavior, social emotional. And so we really outline what are the present levels of this student, and then anywhere where there's a concern, whether it's medical, physical, behavior, somewhere in that IEP is going to be about how we're addressing a concern. Is it a skill deficit that we need to teach? Are there accommodations or considerations or strategies that we can use to help remediate what that issue is? And so that's the essence of what the IEP is it's recognizing this individual has a disability. Here's how they're currently performing in all these different areas. If there's a deficit, how do we address that so that they can be successful, not be, held back by that disability? So in terms of, like, are we looking at these safety components? You can see that each of those concerns are addressed through that document. Now the IEP is developed with the family. So questions about engagement is they know. A lot of the IEP talk, there is a lot of academic language, and it is a long meeting, so there's a lot to cover. But the parent is integral in determining where are the concerns, and then what are these strategies that we're going to do at school to address those concerns. Without their consent, we're not going to be implementing what those strategies are. So parents are informed, they've given their consent for these. And then depending on what the situation is, parents are notified in a variety of ways. If it's a significant episode, whether that's medical or behaviorally, they're notified right away. I'm
sorry, I'm going to intercede here a second. Hey, David, you had sent in several questions, and we're at a half hour on this presentation already. Are there certain specific questions you still need him to get to on here?
Just go to I think we covered some of this previously, so let's just go to the last slide. Got a couple more questions. My more specifically is going to be on training. I think that's important.
Yeah.
So, like, who oversees professional development?
That would be me.
How is that so you oversee the training, professional development, instruction, assistant, other supports. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you do that, like, in a classroom environment, or how often is that?
Yeah, so that was really a push even from my predecessor last year in building up the capacity of our special education management team. So that's looking at our behavior specialists, our therapists, our school psychologists, and really pushing out and amplifying the amount of professional development that is offered. I think going back 3 years, Looking at data, I think maybe there were 3 staff members that were trained over the course of that year. Last year, our data, I want to say that it was something, and I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but 90% of teachers no, I'm sorry, 70% of teachers and 100% of instructional aides did some type of professional development last year. So there was a big growth in that, but there's not, that is one thing that we're working on, is building a systemic way to deliver that. For next year, I'm looking at, again, working with the coordinator and the program specialists in developing a training series that we can offer to teachers that's optional, and that's even in video format so they can do it at their convenience. It is something that's offered to everyone, because right now it's really, if one site has a priority or is working on some type of special professional development, they'll present it to their site. You know, their staff, their instructional assistants will see it, and then maybe or maybe not, it gets passed to the other site.
So how many behavioral support staff members are currently serving the entire district? And how are they deployed across the sites and programs?
So, like as in terms of behavior specialists,
yeah.
So we have essentially right now 1.5 behavior specialists. One is a full-time, is a board certified behavior analyst, and she's at all of the sites. The other staff member is a part psychologist, half behavior specialist.
Do you feel that's enough? Not a trick question.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking through. Yes, I feel it's enough. The feedback that I have from special education administrators are that student needs, student behavior concerns, with the exception of one that we've kind of been talking about, were met promptly. And I know that individuals, when I spoke with them and did their evaluations, they did not feel overwhelmed. They felt busy, that their schedule was full. I think that this was a successful year in the staffing that we have.
You guys have any questions? Thank you.
Okay, so David, you're good. You got your questions answered.
I think the indication to me was
yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Anybody else? Appreciate it. Again, I appreciate
Thank you all.
We'll have you back next week. Okay. But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
The third time a charm.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Owen. Let me get back on the system here. All right, so that was Educational Services Division, item F2. And so now we move on to Dr. Casas, where we are going to approve course pilots. Dr. Casas, would you like to kind of give us an overview, please?
Yeah, there's no changes from what was presented last month to the pilot proposals.
So just a point of order from EdCode or what have you. So we've got all these course pilots that we're doing. And I'm gonna approve this, just to let you know. It seems like we're offering a lot of courses now, as opposed to really honing in on math and English. Is there a state mandated requirement that we have to offer so many courses?
No, you can have schools like Del Lago Academy with a single track that basically every single 9th grader takes the same thing. Every single 10th grader takes the same thing. Generally speaking, parents and students like options.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Okay. Well, you know, they are pilots, so that are the curriculum, or how you want to say it, is it already written for some of them or all of them? I see that ELA English Language 9 pilot curriculum is embedded in here. What about the other ones?
Some of them are in the process of writing. The ones that are AP, we just take what the College Board recommends. So those are, for lack of a better word, written, and Fire Technology is in the process of being written. And English 9, we have more than an outline, almost the course written with the help of our board subcommittee.
Very good. So this is an action item. I'll call for a motion and a second, and then we can have any further discussion. Motion to approve the course pilots.
I'll make a motion to approve the course pilots.
I
I'll
second, oh, sorry, you were falling. I second it, sorry about that.
Thank you. And is there any further discussion?
I'll make some comments because I was very involved, and I want to just thank Dr. Grisby, or am I giving you a title upgrade? Okay, thank you for working with us so closely on the ethnic studies pilot. I want to also commend all of the English teachers that worked very hard on this. Some rumblings that I do want to put on record that I have concerns about. I'm concerned that at the state level, there is going to be an outcry that we don't have qualified teachers to teach ethnic studies. I want to caution and be very concerned, or caution that we be very careful that all of our teachers feel comfortable to teach a curriculum like this, and that whether someone is qualified to teach it is not based on the color of their skin. Let's make sure that if we have English teachers that have been teaching English for many, many years, that we make sure that they feel comfortable teaching this class. And I know that's going to be an individual choice as a teacher, how they feel about that. I'm just worried that there might be some of our English teachers that don't feel comfortable teaching this class based on the color of their own skin. And so, again, this is an important class, and I think we have done a really good job making sure that we're taking a hyper local focus with our demographic and our kids. But we have some exceptional English teachers, and they are more than qualified to teach this course. So I want to make sure that. And
I have to agree with you 100%. Every teacher I've met that was involved in this, excellent, right stuff. And I don't think it's appropriate for the state to dictate what an English teacher. And that they put this program together with Dr. Cass's support. You guys done a brilliant job. I'm hoping that you're very comfortable in teaching. I think we're very proud what came out of this, especially considering its local history. Who better knows how to teach local history than teachers that teach at Escondido Union High School District? So I want to again thank you so much for a phenomenal job that you guys.
Any other comments? Thankfully, it is still called the LCAP and not the Assembly Cap. So with that said, we do have a motion and a second. So there are no student board members here. So all elected board members in favor of passing all the pilot courses, say aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? None. And so that carries. So good job, Dr. Casas and team. That was a lot of work, and you know what? It's going to pay off. So thank you so much. And like painting a bridge, we move on to start over again with the first reading of curriculum revisions, item number 4.
Yes, thank you, President Weller. What you have in front of you is a first read for revisions. So these are courses that already exist in our district. They're just being revised. American Sign Language, the last time it was revised was in 2017, and it's just being updated to reflect the world language standards from the state of California. But also what's unique about our ASL program, it's also a CTE program, so they can get a interpreter certification. So that's really cool. Yeah, and French, last time it was updated was 2002, and this is just being updated to reflect the changes in the world language standards and the framework in the state of California, not a CTE program in French. Yes, and the dance classes are being updated to reflect the updated California art standards for dance. And finally, the last one there is college and career readiness, which is a 9th grade elective course, is being updated to meet the UC A through G requirements. So it's now an A through G course, and a little bit of college and career readiness, teaches study skills, organization as a ninth grader, and critical thinking skills. So the UC reviewed the revised curriculum and approved it. So
Very good. That is a non-action item. It is for a first read. So does anybody have any comments before we move on?
I will say that I actually enjoyed reading the curriculum for the career readiness class. It looks like a solid class, you know, from budgeting to slang lingo versus professional lingo and everything else to go with it. So it looks like a good class.
Thank you very much for that, Ryan. I was thinking of some slang way of introducing the next one, but I won't go there. So then under section F5, and I will read that. Okay. So F5, the subject action upon recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 8. We have a specific.
I move to accept and approve the recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 8 from May 13th, 2025 through at least May 13th, 2026, and to accept and approve the findings of facts and recommendations submitted by the administrative hearing panel.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and this is a roll call vote. So I will go down the list. Christy Knight, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dave Vincent?
Aye.
Bill Durney?
Aye.
Ryan Williams?
Aye.
And Robert Weller, aye. That passes. It's always difficult to expel a student, and yet we do have to hold standards in our district because that is what society requires, is that we teach kids how to manage themselves in society, and discipline often helps correct that. As one who received much discipline in my life, where I sit on the board as president, so I appreciate all the people that disciplined me through the years. So then if we move on now to Human Resources Division, let's see. So we have several approved on consent. So 1 and 2 are approved on consent. And so then we're going to move to item number 3, approve employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. And I will hand this off to Dr. Good.
Hand it off to me there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll hand it off to John.
Thank you. Dr. Good, as you know, has accepted the position as superintendent of the Tamalpais Union High School District in Northern California. We're very sad to see him leave. That did create a looming vacancy for us position. And so this evening I am happy to report that I am recommending Mr. Sharon Kirpalani to be our next Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. He is here this evening in the audience. And so with this action item, the board would be approving a contract to employ Mr. Kirpalani starting July 1. And we also have a readout because this is an executive level position. The board president may want to read this out.
I'll make a motion to approve the employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do I call for the vote and then read this?
No, this has to be read first.
Okay. The following must be read, as John said, before taking action on item G3. The Brown Act requires the board, prior to taking final action on an employment agreement, to orally report a summary of the recommendation of the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for local agency executives. The Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, is a local agency executive, and a proposed contract is before us this evening. The proposed, too many P's, I'll try to step away. The proposed contract will be for a term of 3 years, beginning on July 1st and ending June 30th, 2028. Mr. Sharon Kapolani, and I'll have to write it phonetically, so please forgive me. I'm a phonetics-based reader. Will receive an annual salary of $204,715. He will receive the same stipends as other certificated staff for earned master's and doctoral degrees. You will also receive the same health benefits available to other management employees. Eligibility for retiree health benefits, 12 sick days per year, 22 vacation days per year, payment for membership dues in ACSA, and reimbursement for actual and necessary vote now.
Very good. Discussion and call for vote.
Okay, so any discussion?
Welcome.
Welcome back.
All right. So with no further discussion, it's not a roll call vote, but I know that we're gonna, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. There's no no's. And you are now part of the team, so welcome. And
Congratulations.
you can go home now.
You're in your prime tonight.
Finally know what I'm doing after 2.5 years. Anyway, okay, so let's see where we're at now. All right, so we're down to G4, approve the adoption of declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Who is going to take this, superintendent? Is it going to be Dr. Good?
Dr. Good.
Okay, we're back to Dr. Good.
Thank you. This is an annual item that we bring before the board each May in anticipation of the need for staffing flexibility through the issuance of emergency permits in high needs areas. In order to issue those permits next school year when necessary, we first have to have this declaration of need on file with the county. Happy to address any questions that the board may have.
I do. I actually looked at this and it was interesting on page 4. There's a list of colleges and universities which you participate in internship program. So we have some of the local National Alliant, Point Loma, CSU, San Marcos, San Diego State, University of Redlands. Is there a way, how do you add and subtract? Because there's a couple colleges on there that I'm questionable about and a couple colleges, like for example, Grand Canyon University. My niece, she graduated with a teaching degree there, and is back teaching in the community here. My son actually starts Grand Canyon in the fall. And so it would be nice to maybe see some other colleges on there as well. How do you do that? How do you add those?
Well, it starts that the university first has to have a CTC approved, the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
Okay.
Approved internship program.
Okay.
And so whether GCU in Phoenix, Arizona would have that or not, I can't speak to that. And then typically these are local universities because as an intern teacher, they're still enrolled in their university program. So that's why you're seeing them primarily locally based. A kid could be enrolled at Cal State San Marcos, live here, and come and work here. Where that may not be practical at a place like Phoenix, unless it's all online, unless they have a CTC approved internship program.
All right. We'll take a vote on this and then I want to add that. So do we have a motion and a second on this yet?
Move to approve.
Okay, and a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So Superintendent Peterson, what I'd like to add for an upcoming meeting, and whether it's June, August, or sometime later this year, a presentation that would maybe explain to us. We could look at some of the other universities that would be primarily maybe GCU, but maybe some other, and maybe change some of these out a little bit because a couple of these are definitely questionable in my mind. So that's for another date. So thank you for taking that on. I guess I need a second for that. Can I get a second on that, please?
Just voted on.
I know, but on.
For
board-
the
on our board-
request for
on our-
agenda item.
Yeah, request for agenda item. I need somebody to say, yeah, we can. Okay, thanks, David. Perfect. All right. Rolling down here to agenda item, let's see. Are we on 5 or did we just vote on 5? Yes.
Voted on 4, so we are
Yeah.
now on 5.
Great. So this is approved memorandum of understanding between Escondido Union High School District and the California School Employees Associates Chapter 219 related to the option of flexing summer work hours to 4 10-hour workdays, and that is an action item. And if Dr. Good, you could address this, please.
Yes, President Weller, you and the board may recall last summer, we approved a similar MOU with CSEA that was quite popular with the employees who were able to participate. This MOU would afford 12-month employees the option of working 4 10-hour workdays, as you said, in place of their normal 5 8-hour workdays. Has to be approved by their supervisor, has to work with the schedule, the needs of the district. This MOU would be in place spanning June through the last week of July, with a pause during the week of Juneteenth holiday, week of July 4th holiday. But I'd like to thank Juan Vargas and Rachel Macias for their work in bringing this to us tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Good. Can we get a motion and a second to approve this, please?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on this? With no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and the motion passes. So then we move down to item number 6, adopt resolution R 2024 through 2025 and R 2024 through 2025-26 to reduce the hours of or not reemploy certain classified employees for the 25-26 school year. This is an action item. Once again, I'm going to give this over to Dr. Good.
Thank you, President Weller. As you mentioned, there are 2 resolutions here. The first resolution, Resolution 2024-2025-25, is a recommendation to the board that they accept the decision of the administrative law judge who presided over the hearing in which an employee contested their layoff. This establishes cause for fully enacting the layoff. Approval of this resolution would then enact the layoff for that one employee who contested their layoff at hearing. The second resolution, -26, recommends that the board finalize the layoffs for employees who did not request a hearing. Happy to answer any questions you or the board may
I have
have.
some questions. So, can I understand what the, Don, sorry. Can I understand what the law judge is making their decision based on?
So in order to find cause that there is not grounds to lay an employee off, the district would have needed to violate our seniority list, lay off a more senior member in favor of a less senior member, have not followed the established process or established timelines. We did all 3 of those things, and so there is cause.
That's really what.
Correct.
all
It's
the-
very,
yep,
sorry to cut you off, it's very procedural
Procedural.
based.
That's what I wanted to make sure. So I would also like to understand on this, there's one of somebody who, do they, where does that hearing take place?
It was actually here in the boardroom
Happens
on
Great.
an administrative law judge. She sat in President Weller's seat and presided over the hearing.
Let's see. And I understand here on the list of there's 8 positions. Is that correct?
That would be on the second resolution, yes. And so some of those 8 positions are ones that you would have heard the folks speak about tonight, if that's what you were asking.
Yeah, so of those 8 positions, are they all currently filled positions? Or are there any vacancies in those 8?
So there's a couple that are vacant, whether that be through we simply have not filled it. And so there wouldn't be an employee listed here. There's other positions that will become vacant at the end of the year through retirement or resignation that we haven't listed here. We then would have, on this resolution, take action to recommend the elimination of, say, the 3rd person who remains at one of the high schools in that same job classification.
Okay, I'm having a really hard time with the Where's my notes?
Laboratory classroom assistant.
I think of two things that really are huge priority, three things that are huge priorities for our board. And I think of independent study, if we're going to try to grow our independent study program and be more competitive with our local charter schools that seem to have that on lock, like really have that down, and kids are really drawn to that. I'm also, middle college is huge to us, and that library clerk position is critical to our middle college students. The other day I sat in this room and we talked about reimagining libraries. That library clerk is going to be really critical if we reimagine libraries. So what keeps coming into my head is cuts further away from kids, and these are really close cuts to kids. And I'm really happy to see that we got our certificated down to one position. That I'm really struggling with these, and I understand like all this stuff. These are three areas we really are not areas we want to cut. They're areas we want to grow. I'm just really struggling. I know we have 2 days. No surprises. We don't like surprises, but I struggled with it a couple days ago, and I'm really struggling with it tonight. So they can all vote yes, but I'm going to vote no. Sorry. Sorry, John, but this one is really hard for me.
Dr. Good, about maybe what was it, 2 months ago, when we released the initial numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of classified here, how many items or individuals are on that list?
How many
Not by items, how many roles? Or even by, was it listed by hours?
There were 6 positions, believe, if I'm counting correctly, that were brought forward. In those positions, say for instance, the lab class assistant, one employee resigned prior to her layoff, and we simply will not refill that. 2 other impacted employees remain employed, and you heard from and speak of one tonight. So those 2 individuals are on this list, in addition to a library clerk. The health office assistants the recommendation is to have their hours reduced from 7.5 hours a day to 6 hours a day. They were 3.5 hours a day prior to the pandemic. And then the clerk 2, the clerk 3 positions, those positions only existed at our smallest comprehensive site,
which would be
Escondido High School.
So I guess my real question is you all were able to reduce the number of roles or positions layoff last?
No, these positions still remain forward for layoff. I think perhaps the number of people that may be negatively impacted may have been reduced through resignations, retirements, through us working with the employees to find other employment in the district. But there still will be people that, if the board accepts the recommendation, not in the same position that they were currently this year.
And regarding like the roles that were chosen, right? Why are we with these roles that?
So I'll speak to the lab class assistant, and I want to preface everything I'm about to say with an acknowledgement that the positions we are recommending be reduced are held by good, decent, honorable people who take great pride in their work, care for our kids, and are good employees. Consider, in the past 4 years, we've lost 1,000 students. In the lab class, at independent study at Escondido High School next year, there are 32 students in independent study. There are 2 teachers assigned to independent study. There was to be 2 clerical support staff. We are recommending reducing that to 1. 32 students, 2 teachers, 1 clerical support staff. This is not an apples to apples comparison. Compare that though then with the English classroom teacher who sees 175 students in a day and has no clerical support in her class. Still needs to be responsive and contact parents. Still needs to engage with students, support struggling learners, all the same things. That was the basis for that position specifically. You heard me speak with the clerk 2 and 3, our lowest comprehensive site. Those positions are not held at the other comp sites. The library clerk, there remains a library media technician in the library. So it's not as though the library is not staffed. The health office assistants, I think I spoke to a little earlier, they're still well above their pre-pandemic hours.
Okay, go ahead, but I've got some, go ahead, David.
Okay, so I'm sitting here and I'm reading a lot of the compassionate rationales for why we should keep these individuals on our payroll. And I have to go with, we're responsible to the community. We're responsible to the students, and we have to look at their best interests with regards to that. And I believe that my heart of hearts is that I have a lot of empathy as well as a logical approach to this. And I'm going to have to side with Christy on this one.
I have a couple clarification things. So please forgive me for missing the point if you've already explained this, but why are these two resolutions being voted on at the same time as opposed to vote on one and then vote on the other one? Or are we voting it separately on them?
They're in one motion.
Yeah, but they're in one motion because it seems like the first one, and please, I'm a little overwhelmed on this one, sorry, because I didn't really get to read all the details this far into the agenda, and I apologize. But it seems like it says in the first one, in the matter of the layoff of classified employees due to lack of work and other funds for this school year. Is that one for one employee or for multiple employees, the first one?
So the first one is for the singular employee who challenged her layoff at hearing.
Okay, and what was that position for?
The lab class assistant in independent study.
Okay. And she challenged it because why? Well, I mean, she wants her job, but I mean, why did the judge side with the district, or help me with this? Sorry.
Yeah, so the judge, in order to side with the employee in this situation, the employee must demonstrate that we did not follow the seniority list, that we did not adhere to the procedures outlined by Ed Code, and or that we did not follow the timelines. The employee made a very impassioned plea, much like you heard tonight, about the value of her job. That is not the decision that the administrative law judge makes.
Got it.
Administrative law judge determines whether we followed the process.
But we followed the
procedure,
process.
timeline. Correct.
Okay. So then, is she or this person listed on the list for the second resolution? Is
No, so she is the singular employee contemplated in the first resolution.
okay. So then in the second one, well, I think
I think
can
I
I
know,
break them apart? Can we break them apart into two different votes?
Well, I think give me 1 second. So I think I know what you're asking. One of the lab class assistants is contemplated in the first resolution.
Is there a number? Is there a number on that? When I look at the attachment, there's like 8 numbers.
It's the resolution -25.
Okay.
So that is one of the lab class assistants. She's the one that challenged her layoff.
Okay.
On the second resolution rests another lab class assistant that did not challenge her layoff.
Okay.
So it would not be, sorry to jump ahead to your next question.
you're
I
good.
think it would not be as simple as one resolution over the other. They're presented this way because these are the same recommendations that we made back in March.
Okay. But the administrative judge only determined the legal side of it, not whether or not to keep them or not. That's our decision. Okay.
That's correct.
So then of the 8 positions here, well, okay, so if we decide that we want to keep some and not keep some, then I guess we have to vote this down. So what I'll say then is that, let me just get back here to where we're at on this, on item 6. So the motion to adopt the resolutions, do we have a motion and a second on this? I lost track listening to conversation.
We haven't yet.
Okay, so,
Approve.
okay, so we have a motion
I'll
to,
second.
and we have a second. So then, am I allowed to call for a roll call vote so that we know, or as opposed to just a voice vote?
It's just a regular voice vote. You ask those who are in favor and those who
Okay.
are opposed to the motion.
All right.
So, but I'm not sure there's clarity at this point among the people who sound like they're not in favor. Resolution.
Can you say clarity?
Well, these resolutions encompass various positions, not just the laboratory classrooms.
Right.
We're not, it's not intended for us to know every single. Right, that's public knowledge stand.
We know the role, the positions, absolutely. The employees are listed by number.
All right. Well,
this process started in March when the board approved the resolution to eliminate these positions. The intervening 2 months were designed to allow the employees to test this in the event that the district had not followed the proper procedure.
As well as allow the district to find ways to see what actually.
Yes.
So I guess as board president, I'm going to do it as a roll call vote as opposed to just a open vote. And so is that okay? I mean, am I breaking a law by doing it then?
No.
Yeah, there is, Ryan. There is a purpose. Am I going to be breaking any laws by doing it by roll call?
I suppose not. Normally you'd ask those in favor and those opposed. People will speak up. So,
all right, well then I'll go this way. Those opposed to this say no, no.
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 Those in favor?
Aye.
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 So that's 3-2 no carries. So this motion does not carry.
Hey.
This applies to more than the classroom laboratory assistant. You just rolled back every deduction.
You know, I expressed concerns around laboratory classroom assistants and library clerk. Sorry, I couldn't.
That's why I felt that the people who were opposed to the motion were not clear in what they.
There is no clarification on that list. They're just numbers, and if it's positions and not people, we should have seen position. There's no way to determine who's who and what those positions were.
Hey, Christy, you're fine. We're not breaking the district here. I think that the board is very interested in details lately, and we didn't get enough details. So you're fine, Christy. Your position was supported and it didn't pass. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 7. And so here again, this is to adopt a resolution R 2024-25/27 in the matter of notifying certain certificated employees of the decision to not reemploy or to reduce their hours for the 2025-26 school year. Dr. Good.
So this is a resolution to finalize one remaining certificated employee who did not contest their layoff hearing. One waived her right to a hearing and will be laid off. No further action is necessary from the board. There is action necessary from the board to lay off this particular employee who did not request a hearing.
Are we allowed to know what position this employee holds?
This employee was a Spanish teacher this current school year.
And I want to acknowledge that it looks like we worked really hard to make sure that we reduced that original list, which was like 14 people, perhaps. If I remember correctly, it was in the teens.
9-ish. Sorry, 10.6.
For
teachers.
Teachers, and we reduced it down to 1. There was a lot of effort too. Okay, the one that, and I know there was effort there, and like the board really, and we also had a retirement we weren't expecting. So there are other.
So I'm going to call for a motion and second, and then a discussion before we vote. So can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
I move to approve it.
Second?
Asking for a second?
Yes, asking for a second, sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion before we vote?
But there's a reason why all of this is coming to, us, right? What was the number? We've got about 1,000 people or students less over the last 4 years,
7 years, we've dropped thousands.
right? And how many, teachers dropped us?
We have increased in the total number.
So we have to, we just voted down 9 opportunities for that. So we have to do something.
We just voted 9 people back in who were originally let go. I don't know how we can legally, but regardless of that, yeah, I agree. We had 1,000 students we've lost. We've increased staff like crazy during COVID using one-time dollars and COVID dollars. Now we have to reduce. We're down students, up teachers and staffs. Where are we going to find money? Bringing these people back.
I'm in agreement with Trustee Knight. So I want to say that, and this is pretty important in Dr. Casas and the whole board here, and we have our new Assistant Superintendent of HR. If AB 84 passes, we could see easily 300 or 400 new independent study kids here next year. Boom. Overnight. And I think that we probably need to have some serious preparations for that. This classical will, in fact, they're done on the ILP side. And so I think that we need to take this super seriously, which I know you do. I'm just emphasizing the point. So
I would argue on the flip side, if it does pass, then we have all summer long to make those decisions. Right? We'll find that information out. What did he say, in 2 weeks? Right. So we've got all summer to figure.
very good. We do have a motion and a second. Any more comments before I call for the vote? And here again, we'll do opposed first and in favor second. So
I'd also say, right, so AB 84, right, is referring to mostly the independent study students, right? This is Spanish students. Yeah. Right, so this is a different conversation than AB 80.
So Trustee Knight, the fact that it's a Spanish teacher versus independent study, does that have any?
This one I was planning to support this item because I'm pleased with the way that we worked very hard to make sure that
Okay.
the rest of the teachers were retained.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? There are no no's, and this one passes. Thank you guys for having difficult conversations. One thing that I can tell which is going on based on the input from the audience tonight and the intensity of the board is that we are making this district better. And I appreciate the input from all parties on this. So then that takes us to 8, the sabbatical leave request for a certificated employee. And I'll give this to Dr. Good, please.
Thank you, President Weller. This Professional Evaluation Committee is made up of teachers, counselors, review the requested sabbatical leave. They have made a recommendation to the board that that sabbatical request be approved. The governing board makes the final determination whether to approve or disapprove that leave. You can answer any questions you or the board may have.
We'll ask for a motion and second before we discuss. Can I get a motion to approve? Motion to approve, please.
So moved.
A second, please.
Second.
All right, any discussion on this?
Because I've been on the board a little bit longer, I've seen this come before the board in the past where very exceptional staff member requested a sabbatical leave, and while it was a great opportunity and really valuable for the person's career, we didn't approve it. And I haven't seen the board. I mean, these are very special requests, and in most industries, I don't know what other industries have sabbaticals, but some do. Unfortunately, it's not the kind of benefit at this time that I see as a good investment from the district, especially when you're asking us to lay off all these employees. So as much as I am excited for Matthew on this trip, I remember for this experience, I think it's an incredible opportunity. And if is to pursue this, I think it's great. And I think it would be great to bring back the knowledge that's learned during this opportunity. But again, I don't think that I can't support paying for it as a district when we did not do this for another teacher several years ago. That's where I sit with it.
Thank you, Trustee Knight. Any other comments? All right, we call for the vote. All in favor of this motion to approve, say aye. Aye. Hello. All in favor or to approve this? Sorry. Okay, and those opposed?
Aye.
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 So the motion does not carry, and
I say nay because
so
word
you ask it, yeah, it's
used,
supposed to
but
be.
you say you do not want to vote for this. You don't say aye. You say nay.
Okay, so what should I call for then?
Call for a vote on this.
Okay.
All the ayes.
All the ayes in favor of them. Okay, are we?
Anyone in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Motion to approve sabbatical leave for certificated employee. All right. So all in favor, say aye. All in favor, say nay.
Nay.
Opposed? Yeah.
Opposed.
Say nay.
Nay.
Okay. So that
What was the vote there?
it does not pass. It was 5-0.
5 noes.
5 noes.
5 noes, just to clarify for the minutes. 5 noes.
Thank you, Bill, for your help on that.
You're welcome.
All right, so now we're going to jump down to Business Services Division, all the way down to 10, because all the rest were approved on consent. So I'll hand this off to Amanda.
Yes, number
Yeah.
10.
So let me just get there. Approve annual authorizations and adopt resolution R 2024 through 25 and for the school year 2025-26. And so Amanda?
Yes, so these are 2 of our annual authorizations that we normally bring. We usually have a few more, but we were waiting for someone to be approved to add a name to the list. So we didn't want to bring them back again. So we're waiting. We'll bring you a few more next month. But tonight you have the approval for us, Superintendent Peterson and myself, to sign some documents, mileage for the board. And then you have also the authorization for Superintendent Peterson and myself to approve contracts. I did want to draw your attention to the fact that we are increasing the threshold up to 25,000 for contracts. It's normally 10,000, but we've done some surveying, and actually most districts have it up to 50,000. But we thought that would be a pretty big jump for 1 year. So we're going to take a baby step at 25,000 for next year. And then we'll see how that goes for 1 year, and we'll see if maybe next year we bump it up one last time and join the rest of the county at 50. But those are the 2. And then the second resolution is just the designated staff that gets to pick up mail and checks at the county. exciting list.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
How do you, authorizing people who can pick up mail, but you're authorizing a designee of Valley Center, Palma USD?
Yes.
Does that work?
So Josh, our director of finance, lives near the county office, and he's just nice, and he picks up checks for Valley Center, our neighbor, so that they don't have to drive down and pick up the checks.
Sometimes they pick them up for us, right?
I think it's mostly the other
Mostly
way.
us, okay.
Here we are in our small rural district.
We're just nice neighbors.
Yeah, my only question is there an issue with that not being a name?
No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
fine.
Any other discussion? All right, so we have a motion to approve in a second, so call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And that passes. So then we're going to move down to 11, and my computer's catching up. Okay, adopt a resolution R 2024 through 2529 for intra-budget transfers at close of 25-26 school year.
Captured most of the excitement with that. So we do this every year, and it's just because Ed Code 42601 requires us to adopt a resolution so that we can make budget transfers after June 30th, so that we can accurately close out our books.
All right, so here again, I'll ask for a motion and a second.
So moved.
I'll approve or second.
And any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No one opposed. That passes. Item 12, adopt resolution, again, 2425/30, requesting temporary transfer of property tax funds. Quick question, what is the /30?
30th resolution this school year.
Oh, learned something finally on that. So I'm proud of myself. All right, so back to you, Amanda.
Yeah, so this is another one of our annuals. It would allow us to do a short-term, basically loan from the county if we ran into some cash flow issues. We just do this just in case. We've done it since 2009. It would allow us to borrow up to 85% of the accrued property tax that we had booked for the entire year if we need. This is a case we don't anticipate actually having to.
I'll call for a motion in a second before we discuss.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
So I have a question, because we do have a pretty big reserve and we haven't used this since 2009. If we did not approve it, is there like a 40% chance or a 1% chance that it would put us in a hole for, because I'm just thinking, to show our financial accuracy and ability to manage funds, maybe we don't need to pass this.
I would not be offended if you voted no.
All right, well,
It'd be like the first thing that you ever voted no for me.
And
Right,
if
you know,
we,
maybe, but-
and I also imagine that if we were to come into a cash flow crunch, we could have the board pass a resolution
Later on.
later on, either at a special board meeting or at a regular board meeting. It's just nice to have it now so we wouldn't have to bother you at a later date should it.
well, we're paid big bucks here, so feel free to bother us. I'm going, before I call for the vote, I'm going to vote against this, but I do now call the vote. So all in favor to pass this, say aye.
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 Opposed? No. So that carries 4-1. So was I supposed to say nay?
Yes.
Nay.
They were no.
All right. District operations, item number 1, adopt recommended revisions in board policy and administrative regulation 3280. Back to business services, or is it superintendent?
Services.
Okay, so Mrs. Phillips.
This is the second read. This was all CSBA adopted language about the sale or lease of district-owned property, which we have none to sale. So. Let's say, sorry.
You're good.
It's late, sorry. But yes, so there were no changes since the last meeting.
Okay, motion to adopt recommended revisions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes. Item number 2, adopt recommended revisions in board bylaws 9130, 9260, 9310, 9321, and 9400. Superintendent Peterson.
Yes, in addition to adopting those revised bylaws, we also propose deleting board bylaw 9312, delete 9313, and delete 9321.3. Those are locally created bylaws that are superfluous now because what they contained are in the updated board bylaws that we presented last month. These are all basically based on CSBA recommendations to bring our bylaws up to date.
Thank you very much. Motion to adopt? Recommend?
So moved.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
I had a question about 9260. Was that really only one paragraph before?
260 legal
our-
protections.
Right, it went from,
Yeah, I believe it was.
basically went from, okay,
Mhm.
half a paragraph. to the whole page. That's right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's one of the bylaws that was around from 1994 that hasn't been touched since 1994. And there have been, legal counsel has advised us to update it and be a little more comprehensive.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second, so all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. All right, that passes. However, I do want you to all drive safely and have a license though, please. Okay? That added that language in there.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so then moving down the list here, that was 3. Now we're now on 3. Okay, great. So adopt recommended revisions and additions in board policy and administrative regulation 4161, 4261, 4361, human resources. That is to Dr. Good.
Present recommended adoption of these board policies. Changes are directly from CSBA, comply with law. Changes to existing law. There's no changes from the first read last month.
All right, here again, ask for a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. I just got to get my computer synced up again here. Thank you. So here we are on item number I4, first reading of recommended revisions in board policy 3312, business services. Mrs. Phillips.
Yes, so this is about contracts, and so we're just accepting new CSBA language, mostly just adding some new ed code and government code, and then we're mentioning the newly revised board bylaw 9270, which was devised in September of school year. So really exciting.
All right, motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, wait, it's the first.
This is
Oh,
the
it's
first reading.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My bad. All right, so that's a first read, and then we come down to board member reports and comments, and we will start with Trustee Knight.
I'm tired this evening, apologize. And I just want to acknowledge, I know I was not at any of the nacho bars, and I apologize. There's been a lot going on. I work at the hospital, there's been a lot going on there. And happens that Nurses Week is the same week as Teachers Week. So I was in my day job celebrating the nurses, so forgive me, and I'll be flipping pancakes tomorrow morning at 5:30 for the hospital staff. Wish I could say I would be doing that here, but unfortunately I don't get paid really with this job, except out of the reward that comes from the service. And so while we don't always get praised for the service that we do on this board, I do appreciate those people that were here tonight appreciating us. So that is nice, because it isn't easy. It's not easy to sit up here while my family's at the Padre game and, things and spend our time and then have to make really difficult decisions. So again, I'm sorry to staff. Perhaps I need to make sure I eat dinner before we start these meetings. And maybe we don't put so much all into one agenda. Maybe we need to start having consideration of 2 meetings a month so that we don't burn ourselves out. That would be my consideration for this evening, and looking forward to graduation coming up.
So am I.
So since you brought that up, Superintendent, if you could put that on the list to take a look at, possibly limiting the time of the meetings to go, and then also go to 2 meetings a month if necessary. And the fact that you were not at the serving the teachers, it's not your problem. Sorry. I had to. I just had to. Okay, Trustee Vincent.
Okay, I want to talk about something that I think I'm very proud that I can present this regarding the robotics program pathway. The Escondido Union High School District Career Technical Education Robotics Program equips students with hands-on future ready skills that strengthens math comprehension while introducing key concepts in mechanical engineering, electronics, and computer program. This initiative fosters critical thinking, teamwork, and real-world problem solving through engagement applications in automation and robotics. To further empower our students and align with regional workforce needs and post-secondary opportunities, I suggest placing a discussion and presentation on the next agenda. I would kindly request that Maya Funk what it would take to develop a comprehensive robots pathway within the CTE framework. This pathway would include structural course sequence, industrial recognition certification, dual enrollment opportunities, and partnerships with local employers and colleges. This is a timely opportunity to invest in the 21st century skills that will prepare our students for in-demand careers in robotics, automation, and advanced manufacturing, because we need to maintain our competitive edge in this country. And this is a way we can do it and increase our math comprehension also. So I don't, how do we put this on an agenda for the next meeting?
So I'll say this, I second your desire to pursue a CTE robotic pathway. The question is with the fact that we have a math workshop coming up and we're going into summer, is the next meeting, is there a way we could like start the dialogue as opposed to put together a full-blown presentation? Because Martine actually has a family too, and they want to see him at least on Sundays.
Yeah, sure.
We've started the process already, so I think we've shared that. So I think in the June board meeting, we could put something together of what the steps we've taken. We could do that like in a 5-7 minute thing, just so that not to take a crazy amount of time doing it, but we can share with the board where we are in the process. We could do that.
Great.
That work for you, David?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Would Mrs. Funk be here for that? Okay. Anything else, David, before I move to Bill? I guess we will bring our Robert's Rules of Order expert. You can now speak.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on kind of what I had mentioned last month. We have our labor partners who come to give a report, and I really do not consider what we received today a report from labor partners. And I'm going to ask, if we're going to have reports from them, let's keep it more towards a report and not a 15+ minute dialogue on something else that was on a different agenda. I'm also going to say we have lost over 1,000 students. We have to start cutting people. I mean, things are going down. This tonight we did the opposite direction, so I don't know how we're going. What's going on? So there's something we need to be aware of. We don't have the students. We don't have the money coming in. I don't know how we're going to do this. So.
Yeah, so I mean, it is late here, right? So I'll make this short, but I would like to see kind of to piggyback on Bill's comments in terms of the the length of the various items. I think whether it's a specific report from the various unions or with other presentations, I think we need to start setting some type of so that we can finish this at a reasonable hour, because at this point here, after 9 o'clock, we just think the conversation starts going.
We did have discussions with the presentations tonight for Project Next, Classical Academy, the Inspirational Student, to be sure that there was a limit. So those, I feel like we did stay within a reasonable time on those. With the special ed presentation, we stress that the board needs to have their questions answered, weren't answered in the first two.
Yeah, so just to finish up, I think I would like to see if it is possible to put just time limits on all things. I know we don't want to be hearing that we're trying to single people out, because I don't think it's just the unions in this. I think it's all present to be getting long.
You are heard and loved, Ryan.
Oh, thank you. The 89%. Thank you.
All right. So one of the things that did get missed on this board agenda was regarding the math workshop. And so I think yes, correct. And so what we did was Superintendent Peterson has some information on math in his report. There may be some discussion on this. And so I'm just going to pass it on to Superintendent Peterson.
Thank you. I'd like to once again thank our student board members for their service. I wish the best for Cadence, who will be going to UCSD, and Alondra, who will be going to San Diego State. I know they're going to do amazing things, and we look forward to hearing about their accomplishments down the road. We have much to celebrate, from staff recognitions to student events. Thank you to our board members for joining Cabinet and me last week as we visited our school sites and served nachos. Thanking the staff for all their hard work and dedication. Look forward to celebrating the class of 2025 at our comprehensive sites in Del Lago on June 4th and at Valley High School on June 3rd and adult school on May 22nd. We have only 15 days of school left. In the meantime, don't forget to thank our classified staff as we celebrate Classified School Employees Week from May 18th through May 24th. I'd like to thank everyone who joined us for the Project Next grand opening at Escondido High School, a space that represents possibility, purpose, and the promise of a brighter future for our students. Future Center was made possible with the work and support of our labor partners, ESTA and CSCA, as well as our MNO staff, Escondido High School staff, Project Next, and the Escondido City Council, of course, and our board members. Finally, I want to remind the board that we've scheduled a board workshop dedicated to mathematics on May 27th. I'd like to share with you what the Ed Services team has planned and seek your input to ensure that the workshop meets your needs. At the workshop, we plan to present the following 6 topics: the history of math in the Escondido Union High School District, the history of state and federal math assessments, such as the old CSTs, the old exit exam, and now the CASP, a longitudinal analysis of math scores, pre-Common Core to the present, a comparison between the district and other local area high schools in terms of math curriculum, instruction, course offerings and schedules, and interventions. 5th would be the anatomy of an Escondido Union High School District math classroom. And 6, Math Improvement Action Plan, a detailed explanation of the district's 8-step plan to improve math achievement in the short run and in the long run. Just want to be sure that the workshop aligns with the board's intent. Does what I just laid out correspond to what you expect from the workshop, or do you have suggestions for additions or deletions to what I just mentioned?
So this totally ties into the district and layoffs. It's sort of, I'm a sales guy, and in sales, it's like more money, more sales solves everything. And I want whatever math improvement plans that we can start recruiting students to come back to this district again, because we can continue to cut, or to appease what Bill would think right now, not cut employees. I don't want to cut any more employees. I want to bring in more students. And I don't want to just to be based on AB 84. I want our district to be so good at robotics and math that we are back at 7,000 people, 8,000, that we start rebuilding this district, and that will solve a ton of problems. So I'm very happy with everything, but I really want what the path to math improvement to almost be like the entire thing. It's like I'm not necessarily concerned about the past, but I want to know what is going forward. Any, please, other people?
No, I'm fine with the math. I just wanted to wish Dr. Good all the best. Thank him for his service here in the community. And you'll be sorely missed. We're glad to have a new partner with us here too as part of the cabinet. So I just felt it was something to say that I really enjoyed our working relation.
I feel the same. Thank you.
There are no other comments. Dates to remember? Superintendent. Sure.
Dates to remember. The internet's slow.
No worries. I'll start for you, so save time.
There we go. I've got it.
Cool.
We do have adult school graduation coming up on May 22nd at 7 p.m. at the Center for the Arts. May 26th is our Memorial Day holiday. All the district and all schools are closed. We have our math workshop on May 27th. On June 3rd, we have Valley High School graduation at 6 p.m. The next night on June 4th, we have our graduation ceremonies at our comp sites, El Lago, Escondido, Orange County Campus Wall. We will have a special school board meeting on June 10th for the LCAP and budget hearings. And our next regularly scheduled meeting will be on June 17th.
Thank you, sir. And then any remaining public comments on non-agendized items?
There were not.
There are none. So then how do we want to handle being excused to closed session?
We have not finished closed session, so we are going to return to closed session now. We do anticipate taking action on some items. So this meeting is not adjourned right now. We're going into closed session. After we finish closed session, we will come back out and reopen open session and report out on the decisions that were made in closed session. There will be a final adjournment at that time.
And breakfast will not be served.
Midnight pancakes. It'll be today, I promise.
All right, we are reconvening the May 13th board meeting to report out from closed session, and Trustee Williams has the report out.
Okay, thank you. In closed session, item number 1, on motion of Board Member Weller, second by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers, case numbers 820 through 848 for the 2024-2025 school year by a 5 aye, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Item number 2, on motion of Board Member Durney, second by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers, case numbers 49 through 58 for the 2024-2025 school year by a 5 aye, 0 nay, 0 absent, 0 abstain vote. Also, by item B5, a report and action taken in closed session. In closed session on motion of Board Member Durney, seconded by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve settlement agreement with special ed case number 2025030810, 2024-2025 school year. Vote was 5 yes, 0 no, obviously no absent or abstain.
With nothing else said, I can now adjourn the meeting at 10:27.